Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Es un gran gusto saludarles y darles la bienvenida en representación de la Universidad de Chile a este seminario, en el cual se abordarán los desafíos de la inteligencia artificial y la ciencia de datos en Chile y Latinoamérica. Este es un tema donde la colaboración universidad-empresa es clave, y es por esto que es muy importante ver aquí reunidos a representantes del mundo empresarial y del mundo académico. La urgencia de fortalecer estos vínculos respecto de distintas tareas de nuestro quehacer es un tema habitual en nuestros discursos y hoy estamos dando un paso concreto en esa dirección, precisamente en un terreno donde la articulación es estratégica para el desarrollo del país y de la región. La inteligencia artificial está transformando la forma en que producimos conocimiento, tomamos decisiones y organizamos nuestras economías. En este contexto, la colaboración entre la academia y el sector productivo es esencial. La universidad aporta profundidad, pensamiento crítico y una mirada de largo plazo que permite proponer soluciones a diversos problemas complejos que presentan las empresas. Y por su parte, la empresa aporta velocidad, escala y conexión directa con problemas reales. Es en ese encuentro donde surgen las innovaciones más significativas. Tenemos el privilegio de contar con participantes de excelencia en este seminario, tanto en las charlas y paneles como entre quienes nos acompañan en la audiencia, académicas, académicos, profesionales, estudiantes y representantes del sector público y privado. A cada uno de ustedes muchas gracias por estar aquí y por contribuir a que este espacio sea verdaderamente plural y por ello, seguro, fecundo. Agradezco en forma especial a los keynote speakers, el profesor Guido Imbens. Thank you very much. It's all that you're going to understand, but thank you for being here. De la Universidad de Stanford, Premio Nobel de Economía, cuyo trabajo ha sido fundamental para entender la inferencia causal y la evaluación de políticas públicas, temas cada vez más relevantes en el contexto de decisiones basadas en datos. Y a Ali Rao de Uber. Thank you so much, Ali, for being here. Una de las empresas más innovadoras en temas de data science a nivel mundial. Allí aportará una visión desde la industria sobre la implementación de inteligencia artificial a gran escala y el impacto en la toma de decisiones. Es un verdadero honor recibirles en la Universidad de Chile, así como a las y los colegas con quienes conversarán. Su presencia enriquece este seminario y fortalece los puentes entre la investigación de frontera, la práctica aplicada, entre la reflexión académica y la transformación productiva. Agradecemos también los importantes apoyos de Fintual, TopSort, Santander y de la Universidad de Stanford, que hicieron posible este encuentro. Estamos muy felices de poder recibirles en este nuevo complejo, que no solo alberga la gran sala sinfónica nacional de la Universidad de Chile, que algunas de ustedes ya habrán visitado, y quienes aún no lo han hecho, esperamos que puedan conocerla muy pronto, sino que integra también a la Facultad de Gobierno, al Instituto de Estudios Internacionales y al Instituto de Educación. Se trata de un espacio que conjuga entonces cultura, pensamiento público y formación académica. En la labor de cada una de estas unidades, la inteligencia artificial y la ciencia de datos están llamadas a desempeñar un papel cada vez más relevante en el diseño y evaluación de políticas públicas, en el análisis de fenómenos internacionales y en la transformación de los procesos educativos. Esperamos que este sea un espacio que incentive nuevas colaboraciones y que impulse a un uso de la inteligencia artificial que contribuya al bienestar de nuestra sociedad. Muchas gracias a todas y todos.
Muchas gracias, rectora. Quería quizás contarles un poco cómo nace y la idea de este seminario. Hace cerca de un año nos juntamos con Marcelo y con Gabriel para explorar ideas sobre cómo acercar a la industria nacional y latinoamericana con la academia y la investigación científica, particularmente la investigación cuantitativa. Y en esta conversación, la IA, la inteligencia artificial, apareció naturalmente como un tema donde esa colaboración podía desarrollarse. Y así nació la idea de hacer este seminario, a la que con entusiasmo se sumó el profesor Itay Ashlagi de Stanford Y rápidamente se sumaron los generosos apoyos de Fintual, Banco Santander y TopSort, que hicieron posible la realización del seminario. También se sumaron rápidamente las facultades de Economía y Negocio de la universidad, la Vicerrectoría de Tecnología de la Información y la Facultad de Ciencias Físicas y Matemáticas a través del Departamento de Ingeniería Industrial. Así pues, el objetivo central de hoy es presentar casos de estudios donde la ciencia ha resultado clave para avanzar en problemas reales. Y por otro lado, donde la industria ha alimentado, problemas donde la industria ha alimentado y escalado las investigaciones académicas. Tenemos un line-up de lujo. Tenemos varias de las empresas más innovadoras de la región, presentando como Fintual, Latam, TopSort, y algunos de los mejores investigadores de Chile y el mundo en temas de data science y aplicaciones de inteligencia artificial, de la Universidad de Chile, de la Universidad del Desarrollo y el propio Itai Slaghi de Stanford. Más aún, tenemos dos keynote que considero que son realmente espectaculares y es un gran placer y honor tenerlos acá. Ali Rao, que es directora de Applied Science de Uber, y Guido Imbens, que es profesor de Stanford, premio Nobel de Economía, y además uno de los principales asesores científicos de Amazon. Finalmente, al final del día, tendremos un panel de discusión tremendamente interesante junto con nuestros keynote speakers, más dos invitadas de primer nivel, la ministra de Ciencias, Jimena Lincolao, y la directora de Empresa y experta en Data Science, Kuki Pérez. En este espacio nos encontramos representantes del mundo privado, de diversas industrias, académicos de varias universidades, funcionarios públicos y representantes del mundo público de distintos niveles. Y esperamos que este encuentro sea una gran oportunidad para estrechar esta colaboración universidad-empresa, como mencionaba la rectora, avanzando hacia un uso de la IA que contribuya al país, a las empresas, a las personas. Muchas gracias por estar aquí y sean todos y todas muy bienvenidos. Antes de seguir, quería mencionar unos poquitos aspectos logísticos. Primero, no sé a quién agradecer, pero el día está espectacular, 25 grados. Los coffees van a ser en la terraza de arriba, así que vamos a estar bien. No llovió como el viernes, así que ese agradecimiento, no sé para quién va, pero bienvenido. A Andrés Bello quizá hay que agradecerle. Les comento que van a haber coffee breaks, almuerzo, todo aquí mismo. Hay un catering preparado. Básicamente todo eso va a ser aquí arriba, en el sube de la escalera y está ahí. Hay un breakout room. Si necesitan en algún momento tomar una reunión, pueden irse al breakout room. El idioma oficial, no sé cuál es, pero yo creo que la mayoría va a ser en inglés. La mayoría del seminario va a ser en inglés y algunas cosas van a ser en español, pero la mayoría va a ser en inglés. Y quería mencionar, bueno, hay un cóctel de cierre, esto terminamos como a las 6, hasta las 7 hay un cóctel de cierre, y quería mencionar que agradecer también a Sara Rojas y su equipo, que no sé, Sara, si te puedes... párate, para que te conozcan. Sara es la jefa de la Oficina de Inteligencia Artificial de la Universidad de Chile, y junto con su equipo se ha encargado de armar todo esto. Si tienen dudas, ella es probablemente la persona que puede saber cómo se resuelve. Así que vamos a partir con las charlas. Y en la primera sesión, ¿vas a presentar tú? No. ¿Tú vas a presentar la... Ya, perfecto. La primera sesión, bueno, el programa supongo que lo tienen. Pero...
Okay, good morning, everyone. So following José's recommendation, we'll switch to English. Our first session is about applied experiences. And we'll have the 4 talks. And we'll have the pleasure to begin with the talk from Catalina Elso and Avelino Jimenez from TopSort.
Some slides there. Okay, cool. Good morning, everyone. Today we'll talk about how AI is transforming retail media, especially how to improve relevance, drive conversions, and increase revenue. So at TopSort, we build an AI-powered infrastructure for retailers and marketplaces to place ads. So in this session, we'll focus on how these systems actually work in practice, and not just showing the theory, but how we operate at scale. So I'm Avelino. I lead the data science team at Topsort. I'm a former student from the University of Chile, so it's an honor to be here. With Catalina, also a former student from the U of Chile. Both have like a lot of experience in the industry. I worked previously at LinkedIn and Uber, Ali, so we can talk later. So in Silicon Valley, before that, I was in doing my PhD at Carnegie Mellon. I'm a mathematical engineer from the U of Chile. Catalina is a electrical engineer from the University of Chile, also a master's, and she has a lot of experience in the industry, working in Meli, Betterfly, and other consulting companies. So let's dive in on what we do at Topsort. So at Topsort, basically we build the infrastructure layer for retailers and marketplaces to bring capabilities that historically has been limited to big tech companies. And we bring them to any marketplace. So we work with delivery apps, marketplaces, and retailers globally, helping them launch and scale their ad business. So our platform is modular and API first, so which allow us a seamless integration into the existing ecosystem. Our core part of the infrastructure is our bid-less approach. So instead that marketplaces and advertisers set manual bids to determine how they may pay for an ad, we have a system that optimizes that on behalf of them. So today, we operate over 40 countries. We support more than 10,000 advertisers, and we process more than 1 billion impressions per month. So the key idea here is how we can scale, how we do this in a privacy-first infrastructure, and powered by AI. So this is a screenshot of how our platform looks for advertisers. This is more concrete. So basically, they can create campaigns in a very simplified way. So they define a goal, they set a budget, and the system handles the optimization under the hood. So we have a set of APIs. So eventually, if our customers want to embed this kind of interface into their system, they can do it very easily. And overall, the surface is kind of simple, but the most important here, and that is the topic of this talk, is talk about the intelligence under the hood that powers the magic of Topsort. So to enable this, we combine a strong infrastructure with advanced modeling. So on the engineering side, we run real-time auctions with less than 50 milliseconds latency, supported by a distributed infrastructure and high throughput pipelines. On the data science side, we bring the best of the academy, and actually we have a lot of PhDs, scientists that apply machine learning and economics to optimize the decision at scale. Some of them are here, so guys, you can say hello. Our models continuously improve. We run a lot of experiments to determine the best for our marketplaces and advertisers. So the performance comes from the combination between systems and models that work together. The fundamental challenge in retail media is aligning 3 stakeholders. So we have users that want a relevant experience when they go to a platform. We have advertisers that want measurable results. And we have marketplaces that want to monetize effectively. These goals are often in tension, and improving one can hurt the other one. So the problem becomes, how do we make the right decision at the exact moment that an ad is shown?
So what is happening behind the hood? Basically, whenever someone asks for an ad, a bunch of things start happening on our system. So we start by someone is calling us. Someone is telling us, bring me an ad. The first thing we do is go and retrieve all the options, all the candidates that can be shown as an ad. Once we have the candidates, then the ML AI magic starts happening. Well, it happened. Some of that happened before, but one of the main points of our magic starts happening there, the ML scoring. Basically, with every candidate, we assign a score, a value, powered by ML that is going to represent how relevant that ad is. Then it happens ranking. So the ranking basically is all the candidates are ranked from the best to the not so best. And we, of course, want to select the best candidates. It's going to be important how we do the ranking, but I'm going to mention that in 1 second. Once we rank them, according to the rules that our clients are asking for us, so how many ads they want to show, then we select the ads, and then we're going to get the feedback and get the attribution and all the data back. But there are a couple of very important points in this auction system. In particular, these 3 points that are highlighted below. First, we run second price auctions. The idea of second price auctions is that it's going to it's going to allow for bidders to be truthful. So basically, the first selected winner is not going to pay the price that they bid, it's going to pay the second price. Then the other important thing is what I was mentioning, the ranking. We don't rank by bid. What does this mean? It doesn't mean that the highest bidder is going to get the first position. We modulate that by our scoring, our quality scores. This allows us to show relevant ads, because if someone is going to offer you a bunch of money, but they are not really relevant to the user, the context, or whatever, then they are not going to be selected. So we rank by the estimated CTR times the bid. This allows for the relevance. And the other part, Avelino mentioned, the latency. We operate in an ecosystem where we need to be fast. So we try to run this very, very fast, and we run millions of auctions per minute in our system. From the client standpoint, the context is also important. So basically, they say to us, these are all the slots that I have, these are all the positions, and we take into account, for example, the page that they are in. For example, a homepage. A homepage is high visibility. Maybe they want a banner, maybe they want 2 listings. We take all of this into consideration, and also the user information that we collect in a way that we are not taking into account personal identifiable information. And these are some of the features that we use for our ranking and our ads. And after we display the ads, we receive back interactions, and these interactions are important in several ways. First, we need to charge for the ads. Interactions are one of the ways of handling that. We take that as a feedback. We understand if the ad was successful or not, and that also fits back into the models. And for attribution, we want to understand and up to the purchase if the ad was successful or not. So, and this whole loop allows us to improve our systems.
So Catalina already talked about the infrastructure. So I'm going to talk about how AI has become critical for the work we do. So as I said, our objective is mainly resolve the tension between these 3 parties. A marketplace that typically has an objective of increasing the revenue, users that want relevant experience, and the advertisers that eventually has an objective like increasing sales or have more visibility. And traditional systems rely on manual bidding. The advertisers set a price for how much money they are willing to pay for an ad, and the system handles that. But that produces a natural misalignment between the objectives that the user may have and how the advertisers can indeed get their objectives. So our approach is first attempt to solve the problem of the advertiser. So typically the thing we do is centralize this as an optimization problem, where basically the advertisers attempts to maximize sales. Just at the bottom you can see the optimization problem we are attempting to solve. But we have a constraints. We have a set of constraints. Typically we have a budget constraint. The advertiser has a limited money to spend on ads, but also they have a ROAS constraint. They would like to reach at least some return based on the money they put on ads. We resolve this optimization problem at scale for all the advertisers in our platform that allow us a lot of flexibility and scale the business for marketplaces. The important thing is where AI appears is mainly because the parameters to solve that optimization problem depends on AI models. So it depends on predictions that we perform in real time. On the marketplace side, we have another optimization problem, which is basically attempt to maximize the ad revenue, the money that we can get from ads. But the user gets involved because the user appears as a constraint. We want to guarantee some kind of user experience level. And again, similar to what we had in the previous problem, this optimization problem, once we solve it, appears some parameters that we estimate using machine learning models and AI predictions. In order to simplify the resolution of this model, we divide the approach in 2 stages. First, we have a retrieval mechanism where we apply AI to determine a set of candidates based on the user, the context, where they can see an ad. And once we have the set of candidates, we apply ranking, basically the thing that Catalina mentioned about what are the ranking score that attempts to solve this optimization problem. And everything powered by AI. We have a set of toolkit for testing different machine learning strategies, from very classical things as XGBoost approaches, but also we have state-of-the-art deep learning approaches.
And the important part here also is that the APIs are basically just the entry point, but there is so much infrastructure built behind this to support all this and support the scale and support the latency. So basically, our clients interact just with our systems in the left side, the auction system and the event collector. But we have several systems that interact internally that allow for all this model to happen. In particular, we have a decoupled prediction system that do all the real-time inference in less than 20 milliseconds. Usually it's more or less, it's much more or less than that. Yeah, we handle that independently. We also have an in-house experimentation system that allows us to test different models, measure the effect that these models have in our results, and that is why we know that this is working. And also, another important part of our system is that we have worked heavily on the feature store in terms of handling both features that update in real time and some other features that do not really need to be updated in real time. And that allows that our prediction system has the most up-to-date information and can handle relevant predictions, even with interactions that the user had just a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, and to conclude, so we're putting timing, I think. Well, basically, we need to talk about the agentic AI, how we've been putting that in our internal processes, but also into the product. So just to show a couple of examples, we consider at Topsor the agents as AI copilots that may help us to speed up our internal processes, but also close the gap from the product to the actual users. So instead of expecting that a user adapts to a product that we have, we are going in the other way around. We are expecting that the product is closer to what the user usually does. So here are a couple of examples. We have some internal agents that may help us to deal with support of customers. So this is fully automated, and customers can interact with this agent, and eventually we triage the requests. We have an insight agents that may help us to identify potential issues that we have and try to identify problems or good insights, how our marketplace is performing. An optimization agent that help us to tweak how we, our auto-bidding system and the different configurations are set. And ultimately, I would like to highlight a recent product that we launched a couple of weeks ago. We call it Tommy, which basically is an AI interface that helps users to create campaigns in a more friendly way. So here, yeah, unfortunately, this was a video, but you can see that here in our UI, we have an interface where people can create, manage campaigns through natural languages. So they can say, they can just type things like, okay, I need to create a campaign with, this is my budget, take the best performing products, and the system reads that and execute on behalf of the advertiser. In summary, we want to take it? Okay. Okay, some key takeaways here. First, we apply AI in different fronts, not just for the product, but also internally to improve our productivity. And AI is driven the relevance that we make for users, that feels ad more organic. We have an auction mechanism that works in real time with less than 50 milliseconds, and that aligns the incentives that I mentioned at the beginning, like these three parties, these three entities that are in tension. We have a scalable infrastructure that ensures, as I said, the latency we want to achieve. We perform real-time predictions. So the prediction we make depends on the user, their context, in order to place the best bets we can. And finally, we have a set of AI engines that automate the optimization. We can enhance the catalog. We can manage the campaign creation as a superhuman skill. Thank you very much. Questions?
Just one question. Is there any keeping in mind the time for the other speakers? I would like to so AI is developing so fast, and in recent weeks there was an interesting development from Andre Kaparti, which is an AI researcher that just published publicly a set of code so that agents can automatically perform AI investigation. So an agent set up experiments to improve the prediction of the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you're already exploring that, or do you think that AI will be relevant in automating their own predictions and algorithms?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, short answer, yes, we are testing that. And we are attempting to automate as much as we can. We have, well, we've been testing that particularly. We have, well, here we have one of the developers, Ricardo Zeta, and the other Cote there. We have a foundational model for ads. And obviously, there's a lot of optimizations that we can perform on that model. And the idea is that the agent start like automatically perform the investigation to identify the best configuration for training. That is one example. The other example that I feel very proud, one of our developers is here, Gabriel, is the what we call SQL agent, which is kind of simple. It was a kind of high research topic in some moment that basically tried to automate the SQL generation. The important thing is this agent we have not just do that, but executes, explore the results, refine, and eventually return a report for non-technical people. So I think like reducing the gap of bringing between the technical aspect and non-technical persons, I think is the critical part for us, like that allow us to scale.
Thank you.
Good.
Our next speakers are Maria Jose Fuensalida and Sebastián Orellana from LATAM for the second industry talk.
So just for the people that are standing on the back, there are a few leftover chairs over here, so maybe you can take some of those. Yo a los 20 minutos me voy a parar.
¿Cómo?
Hi everyone, I'm Maria Jose, and together with sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Maria Jose, and together with Sebastián, we are part of the Analytics Data Office at LATAM. I lead the data scientists and data engineers that are working in the marketing teams, and Seba is our expert in causal inference. So our mission in the Analytics Data Office is to help LATAM move toward a data-driven company. And to date, we are going to talk how we are approaching that problem in a business as complex as an airline. So here you can see the environment we are working in. LATAM is the largest airline in Latin America, and it's a very complex business. We mix legacy, we work with mixed legacy technologies and new technologies, and we have very different ways of working between teams. We have teams that are digital, teams that are operational, so making this, and they are spread all across different countries and cultures. So you can imagine how difficult it is to make these cultural changes in this kind of environment. But the first step is to understand and have a common understanding on what we mean when we say data-driven in LATAM. So the first thing that we can think of is to being able to look at data and analyze it, describe what is happening, and generate belief on what we think will work and what won't work. But that is just looking at patterns, and that only gives us correlation. So the real leap is when we actually intervene and take action. So we can compare what actually happened and what would have happened if we didn't do anything. And that's experimenting, and that's how we really measure causal impact. So at the center of our LATAM visions is causal inference. So we need to move from describing the world to changing it and measuring its impact. And how we do that? It's not a statistical problem, like a technical problem. It's an organizational one. So the first thing that we did was to bring expert knowledge in causal inference. Seba was one of the first ones to come to the company a few years back, to set the guidelines on experimentation and measurement and to build robust causal models. Also, we have allocated data roles in product teams, so the change can be made from the inside of the teams, all across LATAM. And last but not least, we need technology. So we rely on third-party experimentation platforms to experiment on the digital environment, but we also found the need to build our own measurement platform to measure those interventions that are more complex. So the key thing here is that people are driving the cultural shift towards evidence-based decision-making. Causal inference doesn't create value by its own. It only creates value when it's embedded into the decision loops. So people are the key. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about our technological stack. So we have 3 levels of intervention and experimental designs. In the base, we have really basic experimentation using A/B tests that are leveraged by always valid inference and group sequential testing to measure reliable impact. And we use these kind of tools to boost engagement and like improve the experience on the website, for example, etc. Then we move towards more advanced tools like causal machine learning, so we can be able to estimate treatment heterogeneity to drive personalization. And finally, at the top, we have macro interventions that we use to make larger decisions that drive, that have a big business impact. So here we use geo-experiments and synthetic control to measure the actual business impact of our interventions. We use it, for example, to decide how we distribute our marketing budget, for example. And Seba now is going to talk about some examples on how we use these tools.
Thank you, Kote. I'm going to talk about 3 use cases, explaining how these tools have been embedded into our decision-making process. So I'll start with the first one. We call it scarcity alerts and the dangers of picking. So this was a feature that we launched some time ago, where we need to inform our customers that due to market changes and mismatches between supply and demand, there's some price changes that there's scarcity in the supply that we can offer in terms of the number of seats and tickets that we have on certain routes. So of course, this impact directly all our revenue management strategies, because we're effectively moving the load factor curve, right? So we're basically impacting how we actually generate revenue for the computer, right? So there was a lot of pressure from stakeholders to continuously monitor the results of these experiments. This might seem simple. Once you launch a new feature, you want to continuously look at how the performance is doing in terms of revenue, conversion, and whatsoever. Now, the issue is that if you continuously look at your results, what you're actually doing is that you're inflating your false positives, right? So in a sense, it might look that you have a statistically sound and significant results, but in reality, it's just an illusion if you don't have the discipline to wait until the experiment is over. So the risk for business is huge. We might risk shipping something useless. We really didn't know if the scarcity alerts procedure works or not. We might scale noise and basically just lose a lot of money, and actually lose money in terms of how we're actually creating these demands. So the answer or the question that the business had for us was, okay, perfectly, we cannot pick on these experiments and make timely decisions. Give us some sort of methodology that will allow us to make decisions as fast as possible without breaking statistical validity. Our answer for this were to rely on a subset of tests, and really testing frameworks that have been around for a long, long time. They're very well known in the tech industry, which are basically sequential testing frameworks. Particularly, we choose 2 specific flavors to tackle 2 different questions. First, always valid inference and group sequential testing. The idea is that we can continuously monitor experiments and make timely decisions without inflating false positives. And both of them kind of solve different issues. So for always valid inference, what we actually leverage under the hood is e-value computation and always valid p-values. However, this sort of like statistical trickery comes at a cost. We inflate power, so we need much larger samples to actually detect effects. But we use this as the conservative default, right? Just make sure that we're not breaking anything. If we break something, always valid inference will give us the answer. Then the other tool that we use is group sequential testing. The difference, of course, is that it has less flexibility. We cannot really pick in continuous time. We need to discretize this and define a subset of interim analysis, define what is the alpha spending function that we're going to be used to basically do the picking. So the price comes at flexibility. We really need to design and pre-register all the timely interventions and the analysis that we're going to make. What we gain with this is we gain a little bit more power. So it's somewhere in between the fixed horizon type of design, when you just need to wait until you get your complete sample, and always valid inference. So what this enables the business is to stop early if something works, or stop early if we're breaking something relevant for the business. In this particular case, the scarcity alert feature did not work for most of the markets where it was developed, with the exception of one particular market due to market dynamics. So this allows us to make the right decision. We stopped in the markets where the feature did not have an impact and was actually hurting our bottom line metrics, and we only ship in the market where it did have a relevant impact, protecting revenue for the company. So the key idea here is that we want speed without sacrificing statistical rigor. But sometimes the challenge is not time at all, it's not picking, it's heterogeneity. And we call this use case the hippo versus reality. This is is something that everyone that works in industry has faced more than once, is that you have a very important person in a meeting that has a preconceived idea of how an hypothesis might work, or a treatment policy that might be super successful. In this case, imagine that the hippo said, let's push low demand routes by communicating them aggressively. Prices are low again due to a mismatch between supply and demand, and our customer will surely love to know that prices are lower than usual. Sounds reasonable, but the reality is that customers are quite heterogeneous. They have different preferences, different backgrounds, different history. They have different levels of engagement with our communication channels. So the real question is not, is this proposed treatment policy going to work? Is for whom does it work? And that is where we move away from estimating average treatment effects and looking at global averages, and start looking at heterogeneity based on the covariance of our customer base. Okay, So what we use or what we leverage for this to tackle this question, again, is a very standard tool, causal forest. They've been around for a long time. The idea is to try to estimate heterogeneous treatment effects by learning splits in this feature space. And instead of trying to maximize some sort of loss function to boost prediction accuracy, what we try to understand is if there is difference between the treatment impact. So instead of the model is designed by construction with this old machinery of unsplitting and whatsoever, to try to understand where the treatment changed behavior of the units of analysis. To ensure validity, we ran a set of very large-scale RCTs and leverage honest estimation. As I said earlier, the idea here is that we sort of like sample split, and we use one sample to learn where heterogeneity is, and then another sample to learn the structure of the forest without inflating bias. The surprising result was that the experiment actually was null. We did not have enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis, not even for the global average, which was kind of expected, but also not for every single per-register segmentation feature that we use when we run the analysis. So we really proved the hippo wrong in this particular case. This might look like a setback, so the team might think, well, our treatment policy did not work, what should we do? But in reality, it's a huge win. Why? Because we killed a bad strategy before it even we scale it. We prevented a waste of investment and resources into developing this communication strategy that we show that have really no impact. And this actually forced the team, tactical team, the marketing science department that is here tonight with us, to design better incentives, pivot, and look at levers that can actually move and boost demand for these specific routes. Now, there's a big risk, though, and the thing is that even though we use per register feature segmentation when we were looking at heterogeneity, the temptation to just put everything in the blender and just add a bunch of features and see if you find something is very big for decision makers. And that is a problem. When you look for heterogeneity, you will find some pattern, and you will crunch the data until you will find some pattern. So that is why we added an extra layer of control. Again, they've been around in the literature for a very long time, which is basically this idea of family-wise error correction, right? So false discovery scales exponentially with every segmentation that we use, so we need to actually be very strict and acid with how we're actually defining if we find something relevant or no. The key message here is this: two things need to balance themselves. So business knowledge, in this case, the hippo had a lot of business knowledge, expert knowledge. He relied on a lot of teams that really know the products and how they build the products, guide us what hypotheses are best to test, which covariates should we register from the big set of covariates that we have available, and where heterogeneity is plausible due to their knowledge of the business process itself. On the other hand, statistical tooling allows us to decide when there is enough signal so that we can scale this, and when we can just discard the things that we're looking at just as noise. So yeah, this is the second use case, and now I'll move to the third use case, which is an even harder problem, which is when even basic experimentation breaks. And this is the paid media without cookies. So everyone that works in paid media knows that the landscape has changed a lot lately. Third-party ads, platforms like Meta, Google, TikTok, and the mix with new privacy laws have really broken traditional experimentation in the sense that we can no longer track user-level activities and entities. So, however, the problem runs even deeper than that. Even if you're able to run an A/B test, sometimes they're fundamentally ill-defined in this environment. Why? Because there are clear violations of stable unit treatment value assumption, the assumption that units don't really interfere with each other. And in this type of ecosystems, interference is everywhere. Platform algorithms like performance maximization, etc., dynamically reallocate expenditure and audiences, so there's really no way to make groups comparable across time. Audience contamination across different campaigns and channels. If you don't have everything centralized, it's very easy that you start mixing your groups and contaminate your experiment. The governance of this is a nightmare. Operational pipeline issues into how audiences are actually defined and deployed are really opaque and non-transparent, especially when you rely on third-party vendors, so you really don't have control of who are you showcasing your ads to, and a general lack of automation and control when you're launching isolated treatment policies. So sub-areas within the same marketing department might have different incentives, so they will run their own experiment and interventions without communicating with each other, and of course that generates a huge contamination issue. So even if you think you're running a clean and nice A/B test, you're often not identifying a clean causal effect. So our answer to this is to focus on macro interventions, geo-based experiments where identification and estimation is handled internally by our teams, and move away from trying to isolate average treatment effects at user level. Instead, try to estimate these causal effects at more aggregate levels. However, this introduced a new set of problems. Power analysis and experimental designs now becomes much more nuanced and complex, and we can no longer rely on statistics 101 formulas to do our sample size computations. And this is where our simulation engine comes in part. We joke and we said that following Pareto law, roughly 80% of our work is done before the experiment is launched. And this is not just about running simulations, but it's about anchoring the simulations in well-curated and governed data sets. So it's about how we actually construct our data. The critical decision that we need to make, and there's a trade-off to explore here, is at what level of granularity do we define our units of analysis and units of randomization. At higher levels, for instance, regions or cities, signals might be more stable across different types of metrics. We have less noise and less interference. However, it's harder to move key metrics. Think about sessions, quotations, transactions, things that are associated with engagement, with small and localized interventions. On the other hand, we might look at more granular level of entities, such as neighborhoods, marketing zones, and whatsoever. In that sense, they're more sensitive to localized interventions, so it's easier to pinpoint when we're actually doing small-scale interventions, but they're much more noisier. They're really prone to geo-matching errors, so even though we have georeference data, they're prone to errors due to the algorithm, so this error kind of like scale when you're looking at low granularity type of level data, and is the chance of having interference between the units is much higher, right? Entities, really people that are making decisions, they can jump between the units that you're trying to randomize when you go to coarser units. So with all of this, the geo-experiment power analysis is not trivial at all. So once we define the levels of our data sets, we're sure that we are actually recuperating the metrics and the signals that we need. We need to start thinking about, okay, the business in reality needs to ask of us for how long does this experiment need to run, what is the sample size, how much money I'm going to spend on this experiment in terms of the budget I allocate for marketing. And the issue here is that there are really no closed form formulas for sample size. Power, of course, heavily depends on the metric that we care about, and the metric will change with our definition of the data set that we're actually looking. Variance will change as well. And different levels of granularity will yield different relationships in terms of the spatial and temporal structure of the data that we're looking. So for this, we rely on Monte Carlo simulations with effect injection, and it's basically just a very brute force approach where we try different effect sizes, different durations, sample sizes, and different allocation strategies of how we allocate these units to treatment and control groups. However, this comes at a cost. High computational power. Monte Carlo simulations are costly. Even today, they're costly. And more important, there's an operational cost. Because in geo-experiment marketing teams, they need to decide how to spend the budget for long periods of time. This could last from weeks, months in some times. So the business needs to answer the question of, is this experiment worth running at all? So is the hypothesis so important that I'm willing to pay the price of the experiment that I'm running? And the key ingredient to answer this question sensibly is that we have curated and governed historical data sets to anchor our simulations. This allows us to build more realistic simulations based on past behaviors and embed some extra structure in it. This allows us to pre-register sensible hypotheses that make sense with what I've seen in the past and design more credible experiments. But even with good design, we still have an issue, and that is that sometimes, even though there's an ample literature with synthetic controls, it doesn't work as we expected. As Cote mentioned, we have a lot of heterogeneity in terms of regions and markets where they do behave differently. In this sense, we try to use a specific version of synthetic control, which is called augmented synthetic control. The key idea is that we combine it with some sort of outcome modeling, some sort of penalized regression adjustment to use covariates and improve the pre-treatment fit of the units. Of course, this mixed with the traditional synthetic control convex weighting. In our case, we enrich the model with georeference price variables, which for us are very important. Our industry is highly dependent on the price of airline tickets, and operational and demand covariates, which is based on our demand side. The question is, how can we test that the estimations that we're making are sound and robust? And for this, we rely on traditional placebo tests. Again, this is very described in the literature and very traditional. We apply space placebos, where we basically apply our estimation models to untreated regions a number of times to try to see if we're actually detecting some effects. Hopefully, we don't detect anything, so the model is okay. And then we apply time placebos, where basically we just move the clock backwards and pretend that treatment happened at earlier stages, where we know by construction there shouldn't be any effect. So now we have power, but we have a new tension, and this is something that was discussed already by the top sort talk, and it's the dilemma, right? So we have these all of fancy statistical tools which require rigor, assumption checking, placebo testing, a lot of sanity checks. But on the other hand, the business needs speed and scale, and these sort of things go into different directions. So our takeaway is that tools, advanced tools, are quite dangerous in untrained hands. If we democratize this without looking at how people are actually using these tools, then a lot of bad decisions can be made. We can be scaling noise, which is something that we really want to avoid. However, we cannot really sacrifice rigor. Artisanal data science does not scale, and it doesn't meet the demands of the modern enterprise. So what is our response is, again, very similar to what the top sort people point out, is responsible democratization. So let's try to automatize and standardize as much as possible, especially the foundations, curated and governed data sets, extensive domain knowledge that needs to be embedded in the decision process and in the way the data sets are constructed, and more technology. Finally,
I will say one thing. So we want to close with three main ideas. First, we need a diverse set of tools, because not every problem and question is answered by the same tool. Also, domain knowledge is key, and it has to come combined with well-curated data sets, so we can build a strong hypothesis, design good experiments, and measure our effects reliably. And finally, a null result is a good result. It let us avoid costly decisions. Thanks. Un poco rápido. Cuestiones, ¿no? Preguntas, no.
Okay, in the second half of this block, we have two academic talks. We'll begin with the first academic talk from Marcelo Olivares from the University of Chile.
Well, thank you everybody for being here. It's a wonderful workshop, great attendance, great place, great weather. What else can you ask for? So today I'm going to be presenting some of the work we've been doing for several years in the context of public procurement. We're very lucky also to have one of the key partners for these projects, Chile Compra, which is Chile's main central procurement unit. We have the team sitting here, led by Verónica Valle, the chief of Chile Compra, who is also an alumni from the University of Chile. So not only do you have a big house, you have a big family here as well. And essentially, this project's been, as I said, going on for about 10 years or more. And it's at the heart of using AI and data science to reduce government spending. Okay. So first of all, I think public procurement is an understudying domain. Government procurement is about 15% of the world GDP. So 15% of the GDP are things that governments purchase. In addition to that, it's typically domains where inefficiencies can arise pretty quickly. Corruption happens. It's especially in Latin America, it's being an area of huge political scandals. And also, procurement is key for providing public services to the population, medicine, food programs, healthcare in general. And so it can have high impact. In addition to this, the design of these markets matter. And so we have good evidence that the details can have significant impact. And when you are dealing with 5% of the GDP, $20 billion, even a 1% improvement, say lowering prices, can pay off pretty quickly. Okay. So having said this, I think all our work is really interdisciplinary. It's about designing the rule of markets that govern public procurement to try to obtain better outcomes. And for this, we need to combine multiple disciplines. So at the heart of this is economics, which brings all the sort of concepts and tools to understand how markets work and how incentives play out. The whole battery of econometrics, about using causal inference, designing experiments to basically learn from data on what works and what doesn't, but also engineering. A lot of the things we've been seeing today in the development of markets has to do with technology and implementing them into platforms. And finally, operations, we're constantly seeking to improve the processes and looking for better outcomes. Okay, and all of this is what we call the market design, which is a relatively new era. We have one of the world experts here in the conference, Itai Ashlagi from Stanford, one of the leaders in market design, who will be following also after this talk. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit very quickly, what are sort of the purchase mechanisms? How do governments purchase? Probably the most common one is auctions. Auctions, basically, there's a requirement. A hospital needs to buy computers, and sort of they define more or less what they need to purchase. They ask bidders to submit their bids, and then they basically assign a winner. Okay, and so essentially you have competition to enter the market, but typically this also leads to lower product variety because you have to basically just let a few or maybe one supplier provide products. Okay, it also takes time. Designing an auction, it requires time, and so it's not something you can do every day. Okay. Now, on the other side, you have an open marketplaces. Sometimes governments need to purchase something quickly. They need more flexibility. And so here you can just go out into the market, get quotes from alternative suppliers. You don't have to be fixed to a particular demand. And the price will depend on the spot market, right, how the market is running. So here the competition is ideally in the market. Some kind of different suppliers that are working in the market. You can access to more variety of products. And it's relatively simple, but the problem is that it's hard to trace, right? It's difficult to see whether there was actually a competitive process underlying these purchase mechanisms. Okay. Now, at the heart of what we've been doing here is to show sort of the impact of AI in trying to improve these processes. And it's essential to have a good standardization of what's being purchased. Okay, so if the requirements of what you need to buy are ambiguous, like in this example, where it's not clear what type of computer this hospital is trying to purchase, then what will happen is that suppliers don't really know what they're trying to sell. You'll get very different offers coming in, and then choosing what's the best offer becomes complicated, right? So what's the best offer here when you have products of very different quality and different prices? Okay, so to create competition, we need to have a more standardized purchasing process, so that the buyer can essentially decide what is the best price, and also for the government agencies to monitor how purchases are going. Are we obtaining products at a convenient price, or are we paying too much? And as you'll see, the advancements in AI towards improving these product catalogs have come up a long way and bringing improvements which we have been able to take advantage for to improve the market outcomes and save the government money. Okay, so I'm going to show you our first case study. This is a joint work with Daniela Saban, who's at Stanford GSB, Gabriel Weintraub, who is now at the University of Chile, Piero Sanoco, who is doing his PhD at UC Davis, and Paula Moreno from Chile Compra. Okay. Let me first tell you what framework agreements are. So framework agreement is a little bit of a combination of an auction and an open marketplace. Okay, so it's trying to bring the best of the two worlds. So you have different institutions that need to purchase coffee. I'm switching the example now because coffee is a very popular product in the government. Okay, and so here you have different potential suppliers. This is actually instant coffee, which for me doesn't really qualify as coffee, but let's keep it there. And so we have 4 brands that they could potentially sell to the government. Okay, so now Chile Compra comes into place. Chile Compra organizes this marketplace, and what they do is they run an auction. In this auction, they basically receive bids from the different suppliers, and Chile Compra sort of designs this auction process to select who are the winners. So in this case, we got 3 winners for this product. And then essentially puts this on an online marketplace. Okay. Now, the prices that the different suppliers provided set up a maximum price that they could sell products in this online marketplace. And now the free market goes in. Right now, the different public organizations can purchase from this catalog pretty easily, and companies can also compete, lowering their prices to attract more demand. Okay, so if you see, we have sort of two sorts of competition here. You have competition to enter the market, so trying to get into the catalog. For that, you need to offer lower prices. And on the other hand, once you've entered, companies need to compete to attract the demand, and that's what we call competition inside the market. Okay, so the problem we faced 10 years ago was that there wasn't a lot of product standardization. So this is how the catalog looked 10 years ago. The catalog looks much better now. I'll show you, but this is how it looked 10 years ago. And so you have here about 5 products. They're exactly the same product. They're exactly the same Nescafé, and each of them was run in a separate auction. So think about it, Chile Compra has thousands and thousands of products, so building a catalog by hand was impossible. So they could only have a limited number of products, and then they allowed the suppliers to define their own products. And in this case, suppliers were able to define products that were very similar with no slight changes and basically enter the marketplace without having to compete. So the whole essence of the framework agreement of creating competition to enter the market was lost in this case. It was very weak competition to enter the market. And so there was a high dispersion. You could see the same coffee at very different prices. It was hard for buyers, for hospitals to look for what's the cheapest coffee in the marketplace. And all of this essentially reduced competition and led to higher prices. Okay. Now, at this point, we are back in 2015. LLMs were science fiction at that point. And so this was my first exposure of using some of these early artificial intelligence tools from natural language processing. We were basically getting data from different supermarkets and using their data to build catalogs using Word2Vec. I was amazed by this technology at that time, and it worked pretty well to basically sort of build dictionaries of products where we had coffee, where there are different attributes, and for thousands and thousands of products that were offered. Okay. Now we can use this dictionary to look into the transaction data of the government and understand what's being purchased, what are the attributes of these products, and through that, essentially analyze what are the government needs, what is the government really purchasing, and understanding so that many of these transactions corresponded to the same products and allowed us to consolidate some of this demand. Okay. So with this, we said this is sort of a catalog of what the government needs to buy, but the catalog now looks very different. The catalog now has the name of the products and specific attributes that describe different characteristics of these products. And now Chile Compra can define which products will compete against each other to enter the market. So you have, different types of bottled water, but that look similar in their attributes, so that we need to compete in order to offer the products into the online platform. Okay? And think about this for thousands and thousands of products. Okay? Now, there's still sort of the question on how much competition should we generate to enter the market. And to this, we did a field experiment back in 2014. We started working with Chile Compra to look at the food framework agreement and test some of the improvements that we wanted to introduce using that case study. Okay, so in the old design, a lot of the bids of the suppliers were basically accepted because there wasn't competition to enter the market. About 80% of the bids actually entered the online platform. And in the new design of the new framework agreement, we would have a treatment group with only 20% of the lowest bids would be accepted. And we have a control group, which essentially had the same awarding rule as was used historically. And then, simple econometrics. We look at the change in price for the treatment group. We look at the change in price for the control group. The differences of these differences, called the difference in difference estimator, gives us the causal effect of the intervention that we introduce in this market. Okay. The result was actually pretty amazing. Introducing competition to enter the market lowered prices by 8%. 8% is a lot of money in this context. Basically, the competition to enter the market is very important to generate low prices. The overall impact of this for the framework agreement of food was about $11 million per year. After this implementation, Chile Compra started using this in all the subsequent framework agreements that were introduced, generating savings on the order of 60, 70 million over the years. Okay. This was important. It actually was a part of the new procurement law that was introduced in 2023. Framework agreements need to be standardized. There has to be a control of what are the products that enter into this marketplace. But I think what's also pretty interesting is that sort of these changes allowed us and introduced the law the flexibility to conduct experiments to learn before we scale some of the solutions. So A/B testing now is part of the toolkit that one can use to test policy interventions. Okay. So far I've been talking about sort of the supply side of the market. How can we create more competition to enter the market among the suppliers? But there's also a part where the buyers play a role here. If the buyers don't choose products at a lower price, it's going to be hard to generate some of the savings, translate into the public spending. Okay, so this is another project that we run in collaboration with Raimundo Undurraga, Paul Gertler from Haas School of Business in Berkeley, Pablo Celay, and Piero Sanoco. Okay, so as before, I'm changing to a product. Now I'm using grated cheese as an example, just not to get you bored. And here you have somebody buying a grated cheese of a certain brand, of a certain size, and you have products that are very, very similar. Okay, so somebody chose one of these products to purchase, and now, because we know the price at which they purchase, and we know everything else that was offered in the market, we can basically calculate whether they bought at a convenient price. Did they buy at the lowest price or not? And we generate a performance measure, which is called the overprice. And the overprice now we can calculate for every single transaction that was conducted into the online platform. Okay. So going into this, we had two options, right? One thing is we could force people to buy one type of grated cheese. The other option that we had is we give them flexibility, but we generate accountability. If you're buying more expensive, you have to explain yourself why you're purchasing a more expensive product, which in some occasions it might be needed, but probably not all the time. Okay, so we build a monitoring system where we can measure the performance of the different buyers across the government. And then we got to this dilemma on how we should communicate this information to the buyers. Should we provide personal information for each buyer, trying to motivate them intrinsically, right? So if they want to improve, you give them feedback of their performance. If they're intrinsically motivated, they will actually make an effort to try to do better. Or should we use an extrinsic motivational mechanism where they need supervision? They need sort of the manager, their supervisor, to some extent to encourage them to improve their performance. And it's not clear which one would work better in this situation. In some situations, if people are intrinsically motivated and you sort of put the stick over them, they lose that motivation. So it's important to distinguish which of these two incentive mechanisms work best. Okay. So what we did here was another field experiment. In this case, we worked in collaboration with Chile Compra, but also with the Budget Office of Chile, DIPRES. In generating these reports, we randomized around 8,400 employees across 180 public services, and some public services received private reports. So the employee learned their performance privately without sharing it with the rest of their group. And in the other treatment, we not only provided information to the buyer, but also to their manager and to their supervisors. Okay, and so basically the first mechanism is trying to allude to intrinsic motivation. The second mechanism is trying to sort of generate this extrinsic motivation mechanism. And then we wanted to test which of these two treatments against a control group where basically had the status quo, which of these work better. Okay, and so essentially, our results show that extrinsic motivation is what worked. Intrinsic did not show up any effect. And providing this information to the managers actually helped lower prices in 1.5 percentage points. That's about a 16% reduction on the baseline overspending. The impact of this is about $17 million saved per year across comparable product categories. As a consequence of this, the yearly reports that now DPRES generates to measure performance in framework agreements rely on this methodology. They calculate overprice based on sort of what we were able to build and validate through this experiment. Okay. Now, this is all before LLMs, so I'm going to finish with this. The LLMs essentially boosted this 100 times. So before we were working with framework agreements, but now we can start looking at auctions, and LLMs have proved really, really well in process all the information that comes through an auction, which are the description of the products, all the attachments and quotes that are received, process this information to generate a structured catalog, structured products for thousands and thousands of transactions. Okay. Not only that, we're also able to match purchases performed by the government with purchases on the outside market. What are the prices that are offered in private retail, and compare the performance of purchases of the government, generate basically performance measures that can be tracked over time. Okay. This motivated a new project that was kicking off this year in collaboration with Chile Compra, which is founded by the Schmidt Science Foundation, which essentially use these LLM tools to assist buyers in formulating their requests when they're purchasing products through auctions. And the idea is to basically improve the match between buyers and suppliers on the products that they need, and through this create more intense price competition. Okay. So I'll finish with that. Essentially, we've been ongoing with a very long partnership, a successful partnership with Chile Compra. We've basically institutionalized experimental methods as a way of validating before scaling and showing the value that applied market design can have in the public sector. So thank you very much.
Our second academic talk is by Professor Itai Ashlagi, Professor of Management Science and Engineering from Stanford University.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Just want to say that the University of Chile is one of the best hubs for market design, and this is really opportunity to be here. And by the way, this work by Marcelo and Gabriel and with Chile Compra won a lot of prizes and well recognized around the world. And it's a real demonstration of good market design. So I'll talk about using data to improve organ allocation. And Marcelo already mentioned what market design is. This is a slide that I usually start when I teach a course in market design for people who also come from engineering backgrounds. So when we do optimization, we typically assume we know all the data. But a lot of the data often is held by participants in the market. And then they might be worried what are we going to do with their data when we run algorithms or we optimize something. So we need to think about who are the participants in the marketplace, what data are they holding, what kind of worries or how are they going to behave in the market. And that's what we do when we design a marketplace. We try to set the objectives subject to constraints of how participants are going to behave and what data they're going to give us. So the data is not just what the participants are holding, also the rules themselves of the marketplace are data, okay? It's because participants respond to those rules. So when we think about marketplaces, some general rule of thumbs are we want the market to be thick, to have a lot of potential transactions. Once the market is thick, there's lots of congestion issues sometimes. And marketplaces are very good in resolving them quickly. Nonprofits takes sometimes a longer time. I'll show you an example today with organ allocation. And safety, what are going to do with data of participants? So a recipe when we think about designing marketplaces is to identify the inefficiency or the frictions, it's the rules, the issues, or other frictions going on, and then quantify trade-offs using kind of different ideas and solutions, and to see if they're it's worth using them. So regarding organ allocation, this is there's a large shortage of kidneys for transplantation around the world. This is kidney transplants per million population by country. Here's Chile here. Most countries do transplant mostly from deceased donation, the same as in Chile. In Chile, by the way, there's every hospital that recovers a kidney or recovers kidneys, the one kidney goes to the hospital and one goes to the national system. That is now a project that I understand is Marcelo is looking into to see how it affects efficiency. But people are waiting a long time and people are dying while waiting for organs. How does deceased donor allocation works typically? And it's typically a waitlist system that is based on priorities. So there's people waiting, and then there's an algorithm based on priority that decides who is first, who is second, and who is third. That depends on the characteristics of the organ and the characteristics of the patient. And people are getting offers. Now, if you are if you're a person that has waited a long time or you have a very high priority, you might be picky. So the way it works is organs are offered to people in sequential order according to the priority. And if you're on top of the list, you might be picky and just refuse an offer. That has consequences because the organ has maybe a short limited amount of time. And if it doesn't go quickly to someone who's willing to take that organ will be wasted. And in the US, more than 20% of the recovered organs actually go to waste. So the question is how to design a waitlist system, or even how to implement the existing waitlist system in order to make the best use of those recovered organs, and also how to incentivize more recovered organs and get more of them accepted to those who are willing to accept them. So again, people at the top of the list are going to be maybe more picky, but people down the list who have a long waiting time are maybe willing to take lower quality organs, and instead of waiting for a long time and take the risk of dying or becoming less healthy while waiting. So in many places, as I mentioned, it's a priority-based system. You prioritize if the match is very good, or to young patients, or to people who are very hard to match. Otherwise, there is some proximity priority. Otherwise, it goes nationally. And if nobody takes it, it's wasted. Organs have quality. This is captured by this quality index called kidney donor percentile index. And higher here is representing worse quality. This is where organs in the US have been going since 2022. So you see here on the x-axis is the organ quality, right is worse. So the purple is the ones that are discarded. So lots of organs with the same quality are both discarded and transplanted. So some of them are just not getting quick enough to those who want them. If you look at the organs by the quality, how quickly they find someone who is willing to accept them, organs with lower quality, this is on the right here, are it takes much more offers until someone accepts them. So there's a lot of congestion on the wait list to get to someone who wants them. And if nobody takes them, they are discarded. It takes also, organ is after some time, it deteriorates and people are starting to refuse to take these offers because the organ quality is too low. And on the y-axis here is the time since the organ is recovered. And this is the percentage of refusal offers because of the organ has been too long since recovery time. Even though it's self-reported, so we see some of those data even before, and some of this because we're making offers to people who are very far away, so they are predicting that the time is too long and so forth. But 3 hours, 4 hours is already, we see a big peak in refusals. One market design change that happened in 2021 was that organs that were, people who were getting priorities based on geographical regions, though geographical regions were fixed. So it doesn't matter, if the organ was recovered anywhere in this region, it was offered to patients, first of all, in that region. And now they're offering it basically 250 miles from where the organ is offered to. And those regions are usually now much bigger than the original geographical regions. So if the system was congested in the sense that it was hard to find an organ that is a risky organ, to find a patient that will accept it, and you're now making regions even larger and you're giving priority in local region, that essentially increases demand for organs that are better organs, and that takes longer for the organs that are riskier to get down to the people who want them. So if the system is already congested, it's going to be even more congested if you increase if you pool the region for those get local priorities. And that led to organ procurement organizations starting to expedite offers by making calls to transplant centers, telling them, are you willing to accept the organ for any one of your patients? But one thing we've seen is that the change was in 2021 is that if you look at the organ quality here, in 2021, there was a big peak in the discard rate of organs. And that part of this was this effect. It's not only the effect, but that's what part of the effect that led to is from the pooling those regions. So I mentioned the program, the organ procurement organization started to expedite offers by calling centers. They're doing this in a very ad hoc way, and we need some more transparent and systematic ways to do this expediting. The government has been criticizing this because they're letting centers having a lot of market power to decide which of their patients is going to take the risky offer and not following the priority list that was intended to follow. So we're thinking about about adaptive policy. This is something that is a call from the government now. And right now, organs are allocated based on fixed priorities, but information arrives over time. We see the refusal information, and we see also organ quality deteriorates over time. But we never update the priorities. The priorities are still based on also the organ quality itself. So the organ, if it's a high quality, young patients are getting offers for those organs. But if after some time the organ is not anymore a very high quality organ, and maybe we want to update the priority. That's one possible solution. Another solution is to, after several offers, maybe to offer it in a separate list that people consent to get offers from that list. And maybe even uses some penalties for those who are too long on that separate list that are not accepting those kind of offers. So AI can help to identify which organs are harder to place or going to be riskier early on or later on during the process, and help to change the priority rules in real time. One thing when we started to look at the data and also talking to practitioners is that we realized that doctors are making a lot of the decisions. And it was really well understood to us until we saw how serious it is in the data. So first of all, you see huge differences in waiting times across transplant centers. Some of them are even transplant centers that are 20 miles from each other or even 5 miles from each other. If you look at, for example, in Manhattan, and the waiting times can be differences sometimes of 1 or 2 years for the same types of patients. And when we're looking at the data, we see that transplant centers, when they reject an offer for one of their patients, they may sometimes reject it for many of their patients at the same time. And until then, nobody was looking at this. Everybody assumed that assuming that patients are making decisions, and that was for purpose of designing policies. So it's a very different thing if a doctor rejects an organ for a single patient or multiple patients. That's what we find in the data, and I'll tell you a little bit about this. So we looked at the refusal data and we separated between single patient refusals and multi-patient refusals. And the hypothesis is when you reject for multiple patients, maybe something is wrong with the organ, and when we reject with a single patient, it's maybe something is wrong with the patient. And when we look at the refusal data with respect to when the organ was recovered, we see already a lot of multi-patient refusals and single-patient refusals before organ is recovered. And even the time before it's recovered gives you a lot of predictive power whether the organ is going to be discarded or placed very low down on the list. So that can help to trigger early on to change the priority or to expedite in different ways that are more transparent. We looked at how, so this is the number of multi-patient refusals on the y-axis is that you see since recovery time, until recovery time, sorry. And the more you see of those, the more likely, of course, the organ is going to be discarded. But what was surprising to us to see is that even if you have multiple single patient refusals before recovery time, that's actually a predictor that it's more likely to be accepted because maybe that center or other centers are still interested in the organ. There's nothing wrong with the organ itself. And then maybe for those, we shouldn't really violate priority. We should keep on offering in the same as planned. Let's see. Yeah, so when we we condition on the number of multi-patient refusal offers before recovery time, this what you see here on the left is the green line is how quickly organs that are very good quality are placed, or by what time. And if you the dashed ones, the dotted ones are the ones that are conditional on one multi-patient refusal. So the solid line is without any refusal reasons, before knowing anything, before any refusal reasons. And the dotted line is with one multi-patient refusal reason. And what we see is that the trajectory of organ with one multi-patient refusal reason behaves like a kidney with much, much lower quality. Okay, but we're still offering them at the same, in the same way we're offering very high quality organs. And this is true also for graft survival. Conditioning on this one multi-patient refusals, the graft survivals of those organs is much lower than without unconditional, without seeing any refusals. Okay, so there's several solutions that we're talking to presenting this work to UNOS, who are thinking now about, they have a committee to think about those changes. But some other solutions is to try to batch offers, and maybe to batch offers to multiple centers. And one of the reasons to offer multiple centers and not one is to give them a little bit less market power and try to be more closely connected to the priority list that the national system intended to implement. Other possibilities is to give boost to priorities to give older patients priority for risky organs, so those risky organs can get to them much quicker. So there's different solutions. The key here is that there's room for experimenting. There's 58 procurement organizations regions, and there's room to experiment with different kinds of batch offers and different kinds of priorities and so forth. Hopefully this is something that will be a next step. Beyond implementing an existing allocation rule, there's room to think about changing completely the priority rule. And for that, you need to really account for patient behavior. So in early work with colleagues of mine in MIT and in Stanford, we were thinking about how patients are going to respond to different waitlist systems, and thinking about every patient is thinking about what is the future possible offers, and they have to condition on how other patients are going to behave in that waiting list. And one thing that we were very interesting to see is that there was a big change in 2014 in the priority system. For people who are sensitized, they gave, before 2014, they gave an extra boost of priority. And in 2014, they changed it to a much more gradual boost. So people who are much more sensitized got a lot more points. It depends depending on how sensitized you are. And what we've seen when we accounted for patient behavior, that there was almost no change in average waiting time and the number of transplants before in 2014 and after 2014. And one of the reasons for this is that if you think of the the waitlist system, people who are very sensitized and it's hard for them to find a match are going to accumulate at the top anyway. So if you give them extra priority, it's not going to change really it's not going to be a first order change. It's going to change about who are those patients who are getting those offers. But it's not going to change overall the number of transplants on the waiting list. And we tried different kinds of solutions. For example, in the literature, there are things like random allocation. So if I offer to you randomly here an organ, every organ that is becoming available, you're probably going to be less picky than if I'm ordering it in a first come, first serve ways. So there's trade-offs between utilization and efficiency on how much people like the different priority lists. Let me see the time. Yeah. I'll just say a few more words about AI, whereas AI can help a lot now. So AI can help now. One is to see where there's missing data. Turns out there's a lot of missing data when you start looking at the data carefully, but I think AI can help in understanding where there's missing pieces. The other thing is that it can help in learning preferences. Learning preferences, how people are going to respond if we change the rules. What do people care about even in the given rules, to create filters in order to screen offers, to recommend filters for transplant centers in order to fill them in, because these preferences are very complex. There's a lot of characteristics for a given organ, what is the age, what is the weight, and so forth. And filling those characteristics, what are you're interested and not interested in, is very hard. But AI can use past data by looking at their own center's decisions or similar centers' decision to help to recommend filters and screen offers. One interesting example is in the UK, they used AI to come up with a new allocation system that they thought is showing huge benefits in terms of life years from transplant. And very quickly they realized they learned from the public itself. There were a lot of complaints that saying that it's harming now young people. And so there turns out there was some selection issue in the previous allocation rule that the AI didn't take into account. So AI is good in figuring out structure of data, but not so much selection issues. And so we, as economists or engineers, we need to really be careful about those selection issues. How much time do I have? Yeah. Okay. And a related area I've been working a lot on is kidney exchange or kidney pair donation. And that says that when people are can get a transplant from a deceased donor, but also from a live donor. And if you're incompatible to someone who wants to give you donate them their kidney to you, or a live person who is incompatible to you, that's opportunity for an exchange. So here's a opportunity for a couple of two pairs who are incompatible, each one with their loved ones, and there's opportunity for exchanging. The difference between deceased donation and live donation, that is you can also wait now for finding more matches. So you can create a bigger pool and find exchanges in order to find more transplants, because the live donor, you can decide when they donate the kidney. So there's been a lot of characterization. I was part of some of this understanding who should match with whom in a large pool, but that doesn't tell us so much about who should match with who in a dynamic evolving pool, because we don't have just always a large pool. Pairs arrive over time, and we have to decide who to match to whom and when to find matches. So this is a question I've been thinking about, and the question is what policy to maximize the number of transplants over time if you can wait. This is things that ride-sharing companies are thinking about now, how to batch matches, how much time to wait between forming matches, and so forth. And actually, one of the works that I won't present here, but thinking about batching kind of policies led to collaboration with a ride-sharing company. We wrote a paper about really similar algorithms that arise both in kidney exchange and in ride-sharing. So examples of policies is to match as soon as possible. A new pair arrives, let's try to match that pair in a two-way or a three-way and so forth, or match periodically every week, every month, and so forth. In ride sharing, it's probably every minute or every half a minute and so forth. And the trade-offs are simple. So let's say you can match A to B or B to C, then you can you can get two transplants. But if that's by matching maybe B to C, but if you wait for D to arrive, you could have matched A to B and C to D and have 4 transplants. So we wrote some optimization and algorithms to think about, and what we came up with is that if you use simple rule of thumbs, greedy algorithms work. So all you need to avoid is all kinds of matches that you really think are pretty obvious that you shouldn't do. And when we simulated this, we saw that every line here is how often are you going to match, every week, every 2 days, every month, and so forth. And the x-axis is how many pairs are joining per year. So in the US, we have several national organizations that are not necessarily working together. And pulling them together, getting an exogenous higher arrival rate makes the market thick and able to make more matches. Matching, how often you match is not so important in this case, as long as you don't make ridiculous matches. So that was surprising to us. One interesting thing about, also related to AI, a couple of students at Stanford took AI tools recently, that was last year, and with neural nets, they thought, okay, maybe we can beat those kind of algorithms using AI tools now. And in that case, it wasn't superior. And the lesson from this is sometimes institutional knowledge, AI doesn't cover for institutional knowledge. So we need to be careful. I think AI could be very useful to see if there's a lot of big welfare loss or big revenue loss under the table, and then we want to think more carefully of how to fix it. I'll end with this and say that this is a time that academia and practitioners can collaborate very fruitfully. Market design is, again, bridging economic theory, institutional detail, and engineering to build better marketplaces. And this is a quote from Al Roth, who won the Nobel Prize for Market Design. Just as engineering relies on theory, data, simulations, and practical experience when designing a bridge, the goal of a market designer is to take what we've learned and institute new designs and remedy market failure. So I'll stop here.
So now we have a coffee break, and then we should be back here for the first keynote talk. And the coffee break is on the next level, upstairs.
Pueden dejar sus...
Hola, hola, ¿se escucha? Vamos a empezar. Soy Gabriel Weintraub, profesor de la Facultad de Economía y Negocio de la Universidad de Chile, uno de los coorganizadores del evento, y les queremos dar de nuevo la bienvenida. Estamos muy contentos que estén todos acá con nosotros. Y ahora voy a presentar al siguiente speaker. Me voy a pasar al inglés para que se asegure que estoy diciendo solo cosas buenas. Okay. I'm very happy to introduce Guido Imbens, one of our plenary speakers. So Guido is a professor of economics at the Stanford Graduate School of Business and the Stanford Economics Department. He is the 2021 Nobel Prize in Economics. So I guess for most people that will be enough. What else can you say? But I'll say a few things about Guido. His work has had a really profound impact on economics, putting at the forefront of the field a really simple but many times deceptive question, which is what causes what? Not just thinking about correlation, but really thinking about the causal impact of different interventions. And so this had a huge impact not only in economics, but in social sciences more generally, also in biomedical sciences and other disciplines. So his causal inference book is a required reading for anyone working in the field. We had a very nice talk about from LATAM earlier on causal inference. I'm sure you had Guido's book right there. Guido has over 120,000 citations, 120,000 citations of his work, which is a number that speaks for itself. And he's also been very deeply engaged with industry. So Guido is one of the main data science advisor of Amazon, and really having an impact on how tech companies think about decision-making, data-driven decision-making. At a personal level, I had the honor to be Guido's colleague for 10 years at the business school. And when you ask people that know him, what do you say about Guido? They would typically say Guido is a very nice guy. And so despite all the accolades, that's what people say, which really speaks volume of not just your value as a researcher, but as a person, as a friend. And we're so happy and honored to have you here. So without further ado, Professor Guido Imbens.
Thanks, Gabriel. Thanks for the very nice introduction. It might have been better to do that in Spanish, then I wouldn't have been quite so embarrassed. But it was a great pleasure to have had the opportunity to have you as a colleague at Stanford, and we do miss you there. It's a big business school, but we had offices very close to each other on the same floor, so we would run into each other in the hallways, and that always led to great conversations and interesting discussions. So what I want to talk about today in this presentation is about randomized experiments. And kind of before getting into the details, I want to reflect a little bit on how I got interested in this. So I moved to Stanford in 2012. Before that, I was on the East Coast in the US at Harvard. And before that, I wasn't really spending much time thinking about randomized experiments. And in fact, even in my teaching, I taught kind of various PhD and undergraduate level courses in econometrics. I wasn't really teaching much about econometrics because there was a sense at that time that experiments were all good and well, but it wasn't really all that relevant for economists and for social scientists because we weren't really doing a lot of experiments. And that changed kind of in the late 1990s, early 2000s, kind of when some of the development economists, Abhijit Banerjee, Esther Duflo, Michael Kramer, and a lot of their collaborators started doing experiments in development economics. And that, of course, was very influential. Actually, they were awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics for that in 2019. And it kind of changed the perspective a little bit that actually the experimentation was much more feasible than a lot of people thought at that time. And so kind of a little later, my wife, Susan Athey, started doing some work with Microsoft, and she started kind of working with their experimentation platform. In particular, they did a lot of experiments on their search engine, Bing. And still kind of at that time, I wasn't all that interested in that because it seemed kind of very particular kind of niche area. But over time, it's sort of clear that I was very wrong in that, and that experimentation actually, especially kind of in these online settings, has become incredibly important. And not just important, but really interesting in raising a lot of really challenging questions. And so what I want to do today is kind of go over a little bit of the history, kind of the traditional experimentation, then give some examples, and then talk a little bit about some of the modern experimental designs and where I think there's really interesting questions. So I'll talk a little bit, I talked some about that yesterday as well, about correlation and causality, kind of in general, then about the work on experimentation in the 1920s in agricultural settings. And then I'll give some examples of experiments, kind of from a range of areas, some actually involving AI, some involving other technologies, but all examples that I find compelling for different reasons. And then I'll talk some about modern experimentation and some of the challenges and interesting questions there. So, because the first thing that we teach about causality is that it's not the same as correlation. And so here are some of the examples you see on the internet, kind of about correlations that are not the same as causality. On the left is the one about the correlation between people getting sunburned and ice cream sales, where the mechanism is that on hot days people buy more ice cream, are also more likely to get sunburned. On the right is one about the correlation between the number of Nobel Prizes per capita and chocolate consumption. And much as I would like to see otherwise, eating more chocolate is clearly not going to help win a Nobel Prize. Though they do make very nice chocolates there in Sweden. They have these chocolate medals there that they give out a lot, maybe in the hope of getting more people to win these prizes. But so how do we, if we don't think about causality in terms of correlation, how do we think about it? And the framework I want to use here, and that's going to be helpful in experimental settings, is to think about what Don Rubin, a statistician, called potential outcomes. We want to think about the causal effects as a comparisons between two outcomes, one corresponding to the state in which a unit, an individual, finds itself relative to the outcome we would have seen, we would have observed, had that individual been in a different scenario, in a different exposure. And so one of the examples I use in my class is kind of a very simple medical example. I may have a headache. I may think about taking an aspirin, and what I'm interested in is what would the state of my headache be if I took the aspirin relative to what the state of my headache would be if I didn't take the aspirin. And because the big challenge is that I can't ever be sure about what that causal effect is, because it involves the comparison of two worlds, one of which is a counterfactual world. If I took the aspirin, I will see, I can observe what the state of my headache is given the aspirin, but I can never really be sure what the state of my headache would have been had I not taken the aspirin. And that is kind of what Paul Holland called in a much quoted phrase, the fundamental problem of causal inference. It's about comparing things we see with things we cannot possibly see because they correspond to a different world. Because there's many examples of that. In some sense, kind of all policymakers have to confront this all the time. We're interested in considering a particular policy. We want to know what the state of the world would be if we implemented that policy relative to the state of the world if we didn't implement that policy. And we're never really going to be sure. We may be interested, for example, in some policy that's going to change the education levels people choose to achieve. And so we may be interested in the effect of education, say, on earnings, but we can never really see what the earnings would be for a particular individual had they chosen to go to college relative to what their earnings level would have been had they not gone to college. And it's that causal effect that is the relevant object for policymakers. rather than the correlation we see where it's sort of very clear there's a strong positive correlation between earnings and educational achievement, but part of that may be correlation rather than causality, because the people who choose to go to college may be different in many ways relative to the people choosing not to go to college. That idea kind of thinking about these potential outcomes, thinking about what could have happened had we exposed units to different treatment levels, is something that at some level resonates well kind of with the way we think in economics about a lot of problems. Here kind of there's a quote from Tinbergen, who was the first Nobel laureate in economics, and like myself is from the Netherlands, so it was always been a great role model from my perspective. But kind of he writes about he's interested in estimating demand functions. And what is a demand function? It's telling you what sales would have been at different prices. In the end, we're only going to see one particular price. In a competitive market, there would be the equilibrium price that sets supply equal to demand. In other senses, it may be more complicated. But what we see in any given market is sales given a particular price in that market. Where what we're interested in is what sales would have been relative to what sales would have been had the prices been different. Because that's kind of a very old concept in economics and something that we teach in undergraduate courses. But it's really quite an important insight. I said, taking a slight detour, but sort of in my work interacting with some of the tech companies, one of the interesting things is working with people from very different disciplines. So a lot of these companies employ kind of economists, but also statisticians, computer scientists, people from lots of different disciplines. And when I've talked to computer scientists about estimating demand functions, their tendency is to, their inclination is to just predict sales as a function of prices, essentially regress sales on prices. So in what they do in essence is compare sales when prices are high with sales when prices are low. And the idea that may not get you the causal effect of prices on sales, it's just very foreign to them. If it doesn't work there, they want to put in more things and they want to build a bigger model, a sort of more complex prediction model. But the fundamental insight that prices are not set randomly and that there's a mechanism for determining prices that depends on the market structure is something that isn't very natural to them. And so what is often very interesting at these the industry collaborations is to work together with people from different disciplines and trying to find ways of getting the insights from these different disciplines, where clearly the computer scientists have been incredibly good at building these very effective predictive models, but often on their own, these models don't really answer the questions that we're interested in from a decision perspective. But so the kind of starting point here is that for causal effects, we want to think about a particular unit being exposed to different levels of some intervention. And we're interested in the comparison of the outcomes that would result from these different levels of that intervention. And we need to be very careful there in thinking about the particular manipulation, about the particular intervention that we're interested in. Here's an example from the first time I taught a course on causal inference with my then colleague at Harvard, Don Rubin. And at some point we had a discussion about how to look at the effects of poverty on children's outcomes. And Don Rubin had been on some committee for the National Academy, kind of looking at that. and they had looked at a whole bunch of economic studies. And essentially what all these studies were doing was comparing outcomes for rich kids with outcomes for poor kids. But of course, the policy that a government could possibly implement is not changing these kids, taking these kids from poor families and putting them in rich families. What they could possibly do is somehow make these poor families better off, giving them their money. But that's not really the intervention you would see in these observational data. And so what we did, one of the students in the class, Bruce Sasserdote, had the idea of going to the lottery and looking at people who were all more or less on the same income level, and then looking at people who won the lottery relative to people who didn't win the lottery, because that would actually mimic the intervention that would be of interest, that would be possibly of interest to the government, namely giving the poor family some guaranteed stream of income. And so thinking very carefully about what the intervention actually is we're interested in is very important in thinking about causal effects. Then the third component that is very important is thinking about the assignment mechanism. But to think about why some of the units we're analyzing in the study are exposed to a treatment, and why others are exposed to the control level of the intervention. And there's a key difference, the crucial difference between a randomized experiment where the assignment mechanism is based on randomization, and where it is guaranteed by design that the treatment group and the control group are comparable, kind of at least in expectation, even if not necessarily exactly exposed. And observational studies where the assignment mechanism is partly based on choice. So if we're looking at an educational setting, it's very clear that we need to be concerned with the possibility that the people who have higher levels of education have those higher levels of education because they chose those based on characteristics and based on differences compared to the people with lower levels of education. And this is where the power of randomized experiments comes in the fact that it guarantees that there's no either observed or unobserved confounders that systematically bias these comparisons. Now, let me go into a little bit more detail on the randomized experiments before going through some examples. This literature really started in the 1930s, although there were sort of a couple of earlier examples. But the systematic study of randomized experiments really starts with Fisher and Neyman in the 1930s. Where Fisher was working at the Rothamsted Agricultural Station. And so the context is somewhat important here, kind of compared to some of the experimental designs we'll look at later. Here the setting was one where Fisher was interested in the effects of various interventions in agriculture. And so the canonical one was the choice between different types of fertilizer. We may have two fertilizers. We could put fertilizer A on these plots of land or fertilizer B. And Fisher was interested in the effect of that on the yield at the end of the season. And so what they did was take a big plot of land. You see a picture of that here, divided into subplots. And you see kind of they did this fairly carefully. These plots are separated by grass here, kind of to make sure that the fertilizer doesn't spill over from one plot of land to the other. But they would put one fertilizer on one plot of land, other fertilizer on other plots of land. Then Fisher would sit back, relax, smoke his pipe, and wait till the end of the season. Fisher was a big believer in randomized experiments and didn't really believe in observational studies, and to the end of his life was unconvinced that smoking was actually bad for you. He thought there might be genetic differences between smokers and non-smokers that would also explain the tendency to get lung cancer. But for the experimental, for the analysis of experiments, he was very clear that the randomization was really the driving force, and that allowed you to make very clear statements about the causal effects of these interventions. Now, just to give a kind of very simple example, this is from a data set where they did an experiment involving 72 children. They were interested in the effect of taking honey on cough frequency. These were kids who were having trouble sleeping because they were coughing too much. And so the very simple experiment, 35 kids in the treatment group that got honey, 37 kids that didn't get anything. And you see that the cough frequency went down substantially more in the treatment group in a way that is both substantial in terms of the effect and precisely estimated. And so based on this very simple experiment, where it's very clear, it's very compelling evidence that the honey actually helped suppress the cough frequency without very complicated analysis, just a simple comparison of means. Now, I want to make kind of three more comments on these randomized experiments. First is that this has been incredibly successful. As a part of that, you see in the fact that as a component of the drug approval process in most of the world, we need randomized experiments to validate the effect of these medical interventions. Sometimes there's some controversies of that, whether we should do this in cases where there's already compelling evidence that something may work. But the standard is that before the new drugs are taken to the market, we need to have very clear evidence based on randomized experiments, and there's whole protocols exactly how those experiments need to be analyzed. Actually, I'll come back to the other slides in a second. These protocols are actually incredibly strict. There's a very interesting example where there was a drug company that did a randomized experiment and that wasn't showing up the statistically significant effects for this new drug. And this was a major drug for this company. And often what you see is if these effects are significant, that has a major effect on their stock price. So this was a big deal for this drug company. In this particular case, it was not significant. And so the CEO of this company thought, well, let's be a little creative here. And said, well, we have all these people in this experiment, but some of these people were so sick, the drug couldn't really help them anymore. So let's put those aside. And then we have some people who weren't really all that sick at all. And so maybe they didn't really need the drug. So let's put them aside as well. And so then we have these people in the middle. And lo and behold, for that group in the middle, we do have a statistically significant effect. And that's what they put out in their press release. And they got into a lot of trouble for that. Because if you want to do a subgroup analysis with these drug trials, you actually need to announce that beforehand. You need to be clear on how you're going to do that. You can't just say, well, we're leaving out these people because that's going to get us results that are more favorable to what we want to show. That's not the way the statistics work. And so this company got into a lot of trouble. Interestingly, later, they did do a well-powered study focusing on that particular group in the middle, and it showed that the drug didn't really do anything for that group in the middle. So coming back for a second, so what I would stress here is in particular that randomized experiments are really just incredibly powerful. an incredibly powerful way of uncovering causal effects, often using very simple methods. And there's sort of general agreement on that they're really very different from other methods for estimating causal effects. But not everybody actually agrees on this. So here's 3 quotes. One in the middle from Berkeley statistician David Friedman, who wrote this paper on observational studies, where in the abstract he starts off with saying that experiments offer more reliable evidence on causation than other than observational studies. And kind of similarly, the economist at Lima, there's a sharp difference between inference from randomized experiments and inference from what he calls natural experiments, but really what he refers to as general observational studies. So both of those statements I very much agree with. Then there's a comment, there's a paper by Angus Deaton, also an economist, who writes that experiments have no special ability to produce more reliable, more credible knowledge than other methods. And so there, I strongly disagree with that. And I want to, I put up that quote kind of not so much because I want to pick on Deaton. There's actually much in that article that he agrees with, which is kind of was a general article taking issue with some of the experimentation going on in development economics, and in particular the concern that focus on experimentation could distract us from questions that wouldn't easily be answered using experimentation that are still very important. But the specific comment I strongly disagree with. In the end, experiments are very special. They do give us much more reliable evidence about causal effects in settings where we can do experimentation. And that is clearly not in all settings. For many social science questions, we can't do experimentation. We can't do experiments to see what the effect of college on earnings is by preventing some people from getting more education. We can't really do experiments on, say, universal basic income, because it would be incredibly expensive. It would not be viewed as fair. But where we can do experiments, they really are quite special in the credibility of the evidence that they provide. The other thing I want to stress here is that Deaton won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2014 or so. That it's sort of clear that getting a Nobel Prize doesn't necessarily give you special ability to be right on all these questions. You should take whatever these people say with some grain of salt. So just kind of summarizing the discussion on experimentation so far, what experiments are really good at, even if in many cases they can't directly answer the questions we're interested in, they give you the ability to ask very specific questions about the world and get very high quality answers relative to observational studies. Now, another comment I want to make here, and it goes back to the overuse of statistical significance. At some point I was working with a company and that was doing a lot of experimentation, and they were wondering how valuable it was for them to actually do the experimentation. And the way they measure that, the way they kind of indirectly incentivized the people doing the experimentation was by looking at how many of the experiments actually had results that were statistically significant, how many of them led to results that suggested they should actually launch the particular intervention. And that is really the wrong way to think about it. We should, because partly it would incentivize teams to just look to do a lot of experiments, to look for incremental the improvements that show up statistically significant. Where what we really should be doing is thinking of experimentation as a way of buying information to make better decisions. And the experimentation is very helpful if it helps you distinguish, if it helps you prevent making bad decisions, if it helps you recognize which of the interventions are bad and which of the interventions are good. And kind of the ones on the margin, for the ones on the margin, it may actually not be all that important whether you implement them or not, because it's precisely because they're on the margin that the value of those, getting those decisions right, may not be as important. But once you have an experimentation platform, it allows you to actually consider much wilder, much more innovative ideas, because you take away the risk of making bad decisions by being able to study them in smaller, low-stake settings. And so the experimentation is particularly important in settings where we really have very little idea of what the effect of the intervention is. Now let me talk about some examples. And so here's one so I started teaching undergraduates again. I've been at the business school at Stanford, but I spent part of my time in the economics department, and so I started teaching undergraduates again a couple of years ago. And so when I was designing this course, there was going to be a component on experimentation. I thought a little bit about what I wanted to discuss there, and I was also thinking a little bit about the general structure of the class. And so I didn't like the idea of teaching to a bunch of screens and having the students just be on their devices the entire time. So I wanted to not allow them to have laptops in their class. To me, it felt fairly obvious that that was not going to be a good learning experience for the students. But the interesting thing was, I talked to my friend George Angris about this, and he said, well, there's actually a really nice study showing that this is it really doesn't work for the students. And so there's a study at West Point where they had a big economics class, and with a number of different sections, and they randomized some of the sections to a policy where students were allowed to bring laptops, and the other sections to a policy where they were not allowed to bring laptops to the classroom. And so the class was all the same. It was the same the faculty teaching them. They had a common exam at the end. So it was a very nice setting for studying this question. Actually, so here at the bottom is this quote from David Leibson, in an article in the New York Times last year, where he teaches this big undergraduate class, and he's found the same problem that the students are on their laptops the entire time, and he worries that that's not a great experience for the students. And so what they found in this study at West Point, there were kind of three policies actually: unrestricted laptop use or tablet only. And what they found was that it had a big, precisely estimated negative effect on test scores at the end of the class. The students in the sections where they were allowed to bring laptops just did substantially worse on the exam. And so this was the basis for my co-teacher and I to decide not to let the students bring their laptops to the class. Then we had a big discussion about whether this was actually relevant. And this goes back to the earlier point I made. The experiments don't necessarily tell you give you exactly the answer to the question you're interested in. This was a study from 2017. The technology had actually changed. The students had changed in terms of the way they're using the technology. The students for this course was different. The Stanford students may be different from the West Point students. But in the end, from our perspective, this was compelling evidence that on balance, having the students have more technology in the classroom wasn't really going to be very effective. Now, there was another very interesting aspect of this. They looked at some subgroup analyses. And the most interesting finding there was that the effect was all confined to the men. But the women, there was a very small positive effect, because there were not actually all that many women in these classes. This was West Point, so it certainly wasn't significantly positive, but it certainly suggested, consistent with a lot of observational evidence, that the effect of having these potentially distracting devices was quite different for different groups, and much less of an issue for the women. It also was different by ability, where curiously the higher ability students, as measured by their, these are all very smart students at West Point, but the higher ability students, as measured by their ACT scores, were more impacted, were more distracted by these devices than the lower scoring students. So there are a lot of interesting things we discussed in this class, whether our policy, for many of these policies, you could actually imagine having different policy rules depending on characteristics of the students. We discussed whether we should allow the women to bring laptops to the class, but not the men. I'm not sure the university administration would in the end have let us do that, even though we clearly did discriminate on some characteristics. There were some students who had accommodations, and they were obviously allowed to bring devices to the classroom. But in the end, our policy was in general for students without accommodations. They were not allowed to bring laptops. Now, let me give a second example. Here, this is from an experiment done by my colleague Eric Brynjolfsson and collaborators, where they went to a call center, which is kind of one of the settings where you may imagine AI being very effective. So here, this was kind of a call center where people would get calls to give technical assistance for particular software. These were fairly complicated questions. They would take on average about 30 minutes to get resolved. And the question was whether the people handling these calls would do better if they had AI assistance. And so the AI assistance essentially gave them a very easy way of drawing on all the previous calls and resolutions to calls and resolutions to queries from before. And it turned out there that it substantially improved the productivity of these people handling these calls to this call center. It made them faster in resolving the calls. The fraction of calls with a positive resolution went up, especially for relatively novice workers. The productivity went up substantially by having the AI enhance the human abilities. Another very interesting example is from a management consulting company, where teams of consultants were either given AI assistance or not. And again, you can't really do these experiments at the moment anymore, because the world has changed in a way that many of these people would be routinely using AI assistance. But this was kind of very early on in that process. And here, the results were particularly interesting. It suggested that there was a lot of heterogeneity by the type of task that these teams were asked to do. For relatively routine tasks, what they called here tasks that were inside the frontier, the AI assistance was very effective. It made the teams more productive. It led to faster solutions for the tasks, and it led to substantial improvements. But for tasks that were relatively novel, for tasks what they labeled outside the frontier, it turned out that not only was AI not effective, but it was actually hurting the performance of these teams. And so, because in practice, it's going to be very hard to be very clear on where to draw the line between tasks that are beyond the AI and tasks where AI can help. But it appeared here, and so the suggestion of the mechanism is that the help from the AI for the inside the frontier tasks led these teams to rely more on AI and less on their own expertise and knowledge for these outside the frontier tasks, which in turn led to lower performance there. Another example from an experiment that a colleague of mine, Nick Bloom at Stanford, did. He was interested in, and this is kind of pre-pandemic, but it had a lot of impact kind of during the working from home after the pandemic the discussion. He was interested in whether working from home was beneficial for productivity. So one of the concerns at that time was that the workers would be slacking off if they stayed at home, and there was no discussion, there was no monitoring. The particular setting here was a travel agency where people were working kind of very separately, dealing with clients, and the commuting distance times were fairly substantial. This was in China, and so workers were very keen on the ability, on the permission to work from home. And what Nick Bloom and co-authors found was that allowing randomly selected workers to work from home, giving people the option to work from home, led to an increase, to improvements in attrition, where people were happier with their job without changing the productivity and the satisfaction of the tasks these individuals were asked to do. Here, another example that was influential in some settings. This is an experiment on advertising on Google. And so this is that study by Steve Tirelis and Chris Nosko, who were at that time working at eBay. And so the eBay, like many other companies, would advertise on Google. So they would advertise on the keyword eBay. And so their internal metrics for the value of doing so focus on the fact that if they advertised on Google, lots of people would click on the advertisement. And so they interpret that as the advertising being incredibly valuable. And so Tirelis and Nosko argued that that wasn't really the right way to think about it. The question wasn't really whether people would click on the advertisement, but the question was, if they didn't advertise on Google, would people still find a way to get to eBay through the organic search results or through some other way? Because of course, if people actually search for eBay, it's very likely they already know where they want to go to, and whether you advertise on the search platform or not may not affect that all that much. And so they did this experiment where they shut down the advertising in some regions, but not in others. And what they found was that obviously clicking on the ads would go way down. It didn't go down to zero completely because people would travel and stuff, but essentially would go down to zero. But the overall traffic to eBay wouldn't really change all that much, with the interpretation being that if these people were looking for eBay to begin with, it wouldn't really matter whether there was an advertisement at the top of the screen that they could click on, or whether it was just the next item coming from the organic search results that they would click on. And it wouldn't change the overall amount of traffic going to eBay. Now, let me then talk a little bit about kind of modern online experimentation and what some of the challenges there are, and what are some of the interesting designs that have come up as a result of these differences. So one thing compared to the Fisher-Neyman type setting, agricultural setting, is that in many cases, we measure out some of the relevant outcomes very early. We may kind of put up some web page, and we want to see whether people click on things or not. Now, there's a whole other set of issues with whether these short-term outcomes are actually the things we care about and how they relate to what are typically long-term outcomes we care about. But in many of the settings, we at least see some of the outcomes very early on. And as a result, we can change this design adaptively, and we can change how we're running the experiment. Another thing is that we often do these experiments over some extended period of time, where we can switch units back and forth between treatment and control groups, and thereby kind of using the units as their own controls over time. And that's led to a lot of really interesting designs, generally referred to as switchback experiments. Third issue is that in many of these settings, when we look at these marketplaces, interference between units is intrinsic to these settings. In the plots of land example that Fisher was working in, these plots of lands don't talk to each other, they don't affect each other. The only thing you need to worry about is that the fertilizer doesn't spill over from one plot of land to the other. But of course, in many of the modern settings, the interaction between the units matters a great deal. If I go to Airbnb and rent a particular property, that means that property is not available to anybody else at that particular point in time, and so that changes the possibilities for everybody else in that marketplace. Or if I take an Uber, then that driver is not available to drive anyone else during that period, and so it affects the entire market equilibrium in a very minor way for one individual, but when there's lots of individuals, the interference becomes a very important thing. And so as a result, people have come up with lots of new innovative designs. And actually, one other anecdote there. So when Deaton wrote his paper against experimentation, so I wrote this comment there arguing that, so I didn't agree with his comments that actually experimentation was really special, and that it was very important, and that it was all great what the development economists were doing there. There was an additional comment on that discussion by Steve Levitt, where he wrote in his Freakonomics blog that, well, he sort of agreed with Deaton, he sort of agreed with me, but really this was all not particularly important, because experiments were not really all that interesting, in the sense that it was just very easy. Anybody could do experiments, and smart people should really be doing more difficult things than experiments. And in some sense, that comment didn't age particularly well, because it actually turns out doing the experimentation is really hard, and doing it well is particularly hard. And there's really smart people kind of working on these problems now, because they're actually really interesting and challenging. And so one of these settings is these multi-armed bandit type settings. In many, whereas Fisher was kind of often interested in just a very limited number of interventions and distinguishing between those, in many of the modern settings, we're interested in picking one out of a whole set of different options. If we're running a political campaign, we may have 10 different versions of an advertisement, and we want to pick the one that is the best. And so a traditional design could be sending equal amounts of traffic to all 10 of those options, and then waiting till you see which one is the best. But if you see the outcomes sequentially, then after a while, you may already see that one particular treatment is doing so poorly, that's never going to be the best one. And if your goal, if the decision you need to make at the end is pick the one that is most likely to be the best, there's no point in learning more about things that you already know are doing very poorly. And so what you would want to do is sequentially send more and more units, send more and more traffic to interventions that look promising in terms of being plausibly one of the better ones. And so here's an example that I ran in one of my MBA classes a couple of years ago, where we had people in Mechanical Turk do a particular set of tasks, and they were rewarded for that. At the end of that, they were offered a bonus for having participated in this. And my task for the students was to write a solicitation that would ask the people to donate that bonus to some charity. And so the charity was kind of fixed. It was all the same. The students were just asked to write the solicitation to make it most likely that people would actually donate that that money to that bonus to charity. And so here are two of the solicitations the students came up with. And so we had about 100 individuals participating in this for each of the 7 groups. And we saw after these 100 participants, we saw kind of that some of the solicitations were doing better than others. Of course, the design question was, what should we do in the second round, where we had 800 more units coming to the platform? How should we assign those units to the different solicitations to give us the best answer to the question, what is the solicitation we should use in the future? And the multi-armed bandit, the Thompson sampling version of the multi-armed bandit, suggests assigning traffic to each of the treatments proportional to the probability that treatment is in fact the best arm, and that leads to a much more efficient way of doing the experimentation, and that gets you to a good answer much faster. One interesting aside here is that sort of one of these 7 solicitations here, so this is a Stanford MBA class, there were actually 6 groups of students, and one of them, the 7th, was just an AI-generated solicitation, and it didn't do quite the best, but it came in second best here. So, and this is a couple of years ago, so it's clearly kind of very impressive that these were already doing better than most of the Stanford MBAs. Now, the other example that I talked about a little bit sort of was these switchback experiments that actually have a long history, even in agricultural settings, where they used to do this for testing, say, the particular types of cattle feed, where they would not just randomize the cows to the different feed, but also change what feed they were exposed to on a regular basis. And the example kind of makes clear that you need to be somewhat careful. You can't switch every 5 minutes, because the cows may get confused, or they may actually have preferences, and they may decide to actually wait till they get their favorite feed again. You need to do it kind of over longer periods of time to make sure that you deal with any burn-in effects. But then these switchback experiments can be incredibly effective in settings where you don't have enough units to do a simple randomized experiment. Now, kind of the last example, I actually know, how am I doing on time? Okay, yeah. So last example is kind of how to deal with interference. And again, as I mentioned before, the interference and spillovers are really intrinsic to social science settings, to settings with individuals and to settings with these marketplaces. But what really helps us is that these markets often put a lot of very specific structure on these spillovers, and that kind of leads to interesting new experimental designs that can help us learn about the effect of these interventions. And so here we have some of these examples of these marketplaces in the Airbnb setting. If some individual, if we change, say, the way the Airbnb presents the properties to potential customers, it may make some of the properties more attractive than others. That may not mean that people will actually rent more properties. It may just mean that they switch from control to treated properties. So a simple experiment where you randomly assign properties to an intervention or not is not going to tell you what the effect of these interventions would be if you expose all the properties to these interventions. So what you can do in some of these cases, what you can do in some of these cases is, and this is where it gets back to Gabriel being my colleague at the business school, where he and Ramesh Johari and collaborators were working on similar designs, and running into Gabriel at the print room in the business school made us realize we were thinking about very similar problems. One approach to dealing with the intervention is to think of doing the randomization at multiple levels at the same time. So here, consider a Netflix setting where you may randomize, where say the intervention may be giving more information about some movies to potential customers. You could do a movie experiment where you randomize the movies to the different interventions. You could do a viewer experiment where you randomize the viewers to different treatments, or you could do an experiment where you randomize the pairs of movie viewers to different interventions, and that's going to be more efficient, even in the absence of spillovers. But in the presence of spillovers, it allows you to actually learn about the spillovers. If you see kind of on the matrix on the left, there's a subset of the movies and a subset of the viewers that are exposed to the new intervention. If the concern about spillovers is that the treatment may make switch viewers from control movies to treated movies, you would see a difference between the red control group and the green control group. And that would allow you to kind of detect and possibly adjust for these spillover effects. And once you kind of start thinking about these designs in a more, once you start thinking about these more complex designs, you could do them in lots of different ways. And this again kind of shows that thinking about experimental designs in these settings where there's interference is really a very challenging problem. We can't deal with all possible interference and spillovers, but we can detect and adjust for particular components of that in a way that's going to get us much closer to answers for the questions we're interested in. So let me then wrap up here. The sort of modern online experimentation kind of deals with settings that are quite different from the ones kind of in traditional biomedical and agricultural settings. Often we can have sequential assignment that gives us the ability to adapt the experimentation as we learn about the effects from early units. We can kind of deal with spillovers and interference in much more complex ways And so that's leading to kind of all sorts of new and interesting experimental designs that help us get better answers to the questions we're interested in these settings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really great. And we have time for maybe 2 questions. I don't know. Just raise your hand. Don't be shy. There's one. Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Guido, for the presentation. I mean, amazing. The kind of like taking it to Chile, you know, like the I came back from the US to Chile like 3 years ago, and I advised some CEOs and board members, and usually like when you present the idea of A/B testing, like an experiment, usually it's like, oh no, that takes too much time, we don't have enough time, but still you want to make a decision, no? How many times the answer is, well, we cannot really experiment on that. If I want to know the impact of canceling a flight on an airline, I cannot just cancel flights. And I know there are toolkits and there's other ways that we can get closer to a follow-up question. And I was curious of like, what would you say to those people, no? That see the world kind of black and white, they're like, oh, experimentation is either too expensive, too much time. I just need to take a decision based on observational data or experience. Like that kind of like black and white. What would you say?
Yeah. So it's sort of when I've been talking to people making these decisions, I try to get them to think of it in terms of buying more information. So you're making a decision, and you would like to know what's going to happen if you make, if it's a binary decision, you do A or B. You want to know what would happen if you did A relative to what would happen if you did B, and that you have some information available for making that decision. And an experiment may give you additional information about possibly all of the entirety of the decision, but maybe just about a particular component of that decision. But if that's a component you're very unsure about, it may be very helpful to get some information there. And kind of taking that a little further, so that even the scale of the experiment may be it may be part of that decision. You could do a very long-term experiment, and that's going to give you exactly the answer you're interested in, but it's going to give you the answer 5 years from now, and it's no longer going to be relevant. And so if we do a very short-term experiment, we may get a much more limited answer, but it may still be enough to actually get you information that changes the decision you're going to be making. So I want to think of experimentation there as just investing in more information. When you're making the decision, you're already collecting all sorts of information that is available, and experimentation is just one more piece of information, but a piece that can often give you very credible information about very particular aspects of that decision.
Thank you. Last question. Automate the process of implementation. You don't think that is a real value? I would like to understand maybe your vision on that, and maybe some things that can.
Yeah, so that's kind of an interesting thing. So at the moment, what I see happening often is that people come up with some idea, and then there's some process where people decide whether they're going to experiment on these things or not. And what is really valuable, if once you have an experimentation platform, what is really valuable is the ability to test relatively wild ideas that may have big effects, where in practice, in the end, most of the ideas tend to have very small effects. But it would be really valuable to have a lot of these wild ideas. But that still seems partly to rely on individuals being creative and being innovative. So automating, so you can automate a big part of the process of actually doing the experimentation, but the idea generation, that still seems a challenge to automate.
And maybe you have time for one more. Just one. Yeah.
How you can move from here these very control groups to more macro issues, okay, where the general equilibrium issue is more important. How do you think we have to think to move to this type of idea, the thing where general equilibrium issues are more important? You are talking a little about these contamination issues, but clearly in a more macro.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult. How?
So in some sense, that gets back to Dieten's concern with the experimentation. That the experimentation gives you very limited answers and not deals with the general equilibrium thing. But I would argue that the experimentation can give you very good answers to particular components of the entire model. So if you have a big model of how the world works that involves kind of equilibrium conditions, experimentation, let me just rephrase that a little bit. So suppose we're thinking about what the effect of a particular merger of companies is going to be. We can't do an experiment on that, but we know that the results are going to depend on what the demand for particular products looks like and how that's going to change if other products are no longer available or not. And so doing experimentation to figure out what the demand elasticities are for these particular products can help us figure out what the general equilibrium effect is going to be. So it's going to require a combination of modeling and experimentation to get good answers to these questions.
Great. So let's thank you again for amazing. And now we have a lunch upstairs. Oh, wait, one announcement before that, sorry.
So we are having lunch time now. Amaru, el QR, por favor. Yeah, buenísimo. So here you will find the menu. We have 4 kinds of salads upstairs. We also have tables and chairs. So please scan the QR code, select your salad before going upstairs. I will say your top 2 salads you would like to eat, and you can go upstairs right now. Yeah, and pick up your salad. Thanks.
Del break. Vamos a empezar con la sesión de la tarde. Les cuento que tenemos primero 3 charlas. Una charla de Fintual, otra de Loreto Bravo de la Universidad del Desarrollo y otra de Daniel Schwartz de Ingeniería Industrial de la Chile. Después tenemos la charla de Ali Rao, o no sé cómo se pronuncia realmente, pero Ali nos va a Rao. Y cerramos con tenemos un break entre medio y cerramos con el panel, que va a estar bien interesante. Así que los dejo con Rodrigo, de Fintual.
Buenas, ¿qué tal? Como decía, soy Rodrigo Basualto, CTO de Fintual. Y bueno, me toca hablar después de Guido, está difícil la cosa, pero bueno. Más que nada, creo que tengo poco que traer así como en ciencia o en cosas realmente nuevas, así que les voy a enfocar un poco más sobre la experiencia que tenemos en Fintual construyendo cosas con inteligencia artificial y en particular desde 2 puntos de vista. Integrando inteligencia artificial en el producto y también usando inteligencia artificial como herramienta para construir productos tecnológicos en general. Más o menos el 2023, mediados del 2023, empezamos con un chatbot dentro del ecosistema de Fintual. no sabíamos mucho qué era más bien una herramienta en búsqueda de propósito. Fue como, ¡ay, qué entretenido estos modelos de lenguaje que son tan buenos para hablar, para responder preguntas, para tomar decisiones, llamar herramientas y organizar información! Entonces empezamos con un chatbot. Partimos con un chatbot en WhatsApp y era como intencionalmente separado de la aplicación de Fintual por si salía mal, por cualquier cosa. Y era re simple. Era WhatsApp conectado con LangChain con GPT. Era la época de GPT-4 y 3.5, como de esa era. Teníamos tools, por ejemplo, para ir a ver el retorno de los fondos, para saber el valor del dólar, precios de acciones, o ir a consultar sobre cuál es el plazo de pago para los retiros de fondos mutuos, o qué sé yo. Pero teníamos algunas características de la época. Los modelos tenían ventanas de contexto de 8000 tokens, que era poquito, y era lento, era súper lento. Y cuando estás hablando por WhatsApp y te he acostumbrado a que te respondan, hola, creo que voy a ir al almuerzo donde tu mamá mañana se pone fome. Entonces empezamos a explorar arquitecturas como pudiéramos hacer por la necesidad de la velocidad, sobre todo, fue que empezamos a explorar arquitecturas multiagentes. Creo que era un concepto que todavía no existía en la época, o estaba recién como en las ideas locas de algunas personas de la industria. Y era bien parecido. Teníamos WhatsApp, pero teníamos un router, que era GPT 3.5, que era relativamente rápido. En medio segundo, un segundo era capaz de determinar, dada una pregunta, si era una pregunta fácil, y se lo pasábamos a un agente recepcionista, que era un modelo GPT 3.5, en la época de GPT 4, era más lento, era menos capaz, o sea, era más rápido, pero menos capaz. O una pregunta difícil y se lo pasábamos a un experto. Entonces teníamos dos agentes. Y como decía, GPT 3.5 era rápido, pero era limitado. Y el experto era lento, pero tenía herramientas y era más capaz. Y sobrevivimos súper bien en esta época. Todo bien, pero todavía seguimos con la piedra en el zapato del tamaño de las ventanas de contexto. Todavía teníamos esos 8192 tokens total, incluyendo el input y el output, que nos limitaban cuánto contexto podía tener uno de estos agentes para poder responder a los usuarios. Y ahí empezamos a buscar, ok, ¿qué hacemos? Hicimos nuestro primer experimento como multiagente flex, le puse acá, nunca tuvo nombre, todo esto fue como experimentación del momento. Oye, ¿qué pasa si, oye, probemos? ¿Y qué era esto? Era WhatsApp, que hablaba directo al recepcionista, y tenía opción de derivar a un experto en APB, o tenía opción de derivar a un analista. Y el experto en APB era rápido. Tenía herramientas simples como un simulador de APB. Si deposito 50.000 pesos todos los meses y tengo 30 años, ¿cuánto voy a tener cuando me retire? Voy a tener tanto. Y te puedes jubilar con tanto más. Y tenía algunas herramientas simples como RAG para ir a buscar en una biblioteca de conocimiento. Todos saben lo que es RAG, ¿cierto? Retrieval Augmented Generation. ¿Sí? Bueno, básicamente ir a buscar en una base de datos indexada como por conceptos semánticos y luego incorporar eso al contexto del agente para que pueda responder con su contexto base más lo que fue a buscar. Entonces, en papel permite aumentar el conocimiento de un agente ilimitadamente porque estas bases de datos pueden escalar mucho, pero al final termináis con conocimiento que es tu conocimiento base más 3 puntitos de información que encontraste en la base de datos, lo que te da una visión bien limitada. Pero para este caso funcionaba. Y teníamos, bueno, el experto analista que era lento, pero tenía acceso a herramientas de análisis de datos y herramientas para ejecución de código de analytics. Este fue como nuestro primer experimento de ¿qué pasa si dejamos que un modelo de lenguaje escriba código y lo ejecutamos? Es como, ya sabíamos que los modelos saben programar, ya sabíamos eso, pero ¿qué pasa si lo ponemos y lo ponemos disponible a las personas? Ahora, recuerden, todo esto es en WhatsApp, no tiene contexto de que es un usuario de Fintual, no tiene idea, estaba completamente desconectado de la infraestructura de Fintual, vivía en una cuenta de AWS separada, o sea, no, era como, por construcción era imposible. Y con esto descubrimos, oye, ¿sabéis que funciona bien esto de la gente? El recepcionista que está en la puerta de entrada es capaz, con muy buena confiabilidad, de determinar esta pregunta se relaciona a APB o esta pregunta requiere capacidad de análisis de datos, y era capaz de derivar al modelo correcto. Entonces dijimos, ok, veamos qué pasa si seguimos más allá. Y dijimos, ¿qué pasa si hacemos una red de agentes? Esto ya como que, recuerden, esto probablemente principio del 2024, mediados del 2024. Era bastante innovador en el minuto, ahora ya es bien estándar. Pero tenemos 3 expertos. Ahora ya estamos usando modelos más modernos, GPT-4 Turbo, que era, si mal no recuerdo, tenía ventanas de contexto de 128.000 tokens, que ya es bien razonable. Y les damos a estos modelos, a estos agentes, les damos herramientas para poder transferirse el uno al otro. Entonces, si estoy hablando con el experto X, le digo, hola, quiero saber sobre el tema Y, el experto X dice, no sé, pero tengo una herramienta que permite transferir al usuario al experto Y, y lo mandan del experto Y, y luego el usuario puede seguir conversando con ese experto. Y esto nos permitió escalar bastante, porque nos dio una forma de poder particionar el conocimiento en casillas más o menos coherentes y autocontenidas. Entonces podemos tener, a ver, no se alcanza a leer nada, pero el año pasado esa era la mitad de Chile de nuestra red de agentes. No se alcanza a ver nada, pero hay un experto en APB, hay un experto en impuestos relacionados a APB, hay un experto en acciones, un experto en impuestos de acciones, un experto en transacciones, en mi cuenta, que no sé, pues password, de acceso, qué sé yo, y varios otros más que ya ni me acuerdo. Pero eso nos permite particionar el conocimiento en unidades más o menos coherentes que le permiten a un agente responder súper bien sobre su tema. Cada agente es experto en su área, tiene contexto importante, específico, pero exhaustivo. Porque los agentes son muy malos en decir que no saben. No sé si les ha pasado. Y obviamente tienen herramientas relacionadas a su dominio. O sea, si estoy hablando con el experto de fondos mutuos, tiene algo para ir a ver los retornos de los fondos o para hacer simulaciones. Y están conectados a los expertos de dominios más o menos cercanos. Entonces, el experto en mi cuenta no está conectado al experto analista de datos, porque es muy improbable que estés hablando con uno y queráis cambiarte al otro. Entonces, como por un poquito controlar la entropía, tomamos decisiones de ir como podando este grafo de conexiones. Y esto nos permitió un tipo de respuesta mucho más preciso, muchas menos alucinaciones, porque, volviendo antes, tenemos contexto específico y exhaustivo. Entonces, habiendo contexto exhaustivo, los modelos tienden a alucinar mucho menos. Y así estuvimos operando, diría que como año y medio, en un modelo como este, siguiendo evolucionando, creando más agentes, afinando un poquito esto, aprovechando los modelos nuevos que son más capaces, que tienen ventanas de contexto más grandes. Pero aprendimos, diría, que varias cosas. Me salió de salir. Bueno, no importa. Nos apoyamos en 3 herramientas importantes que nos ayudaron a escalar esta red de agentes. Primero, Langsmith, que es un servicio de LangChain. No sé si conocen LangChain, pero se volvió como el framework canónico de desarrollo de de agentes de chatbots. Langsmith es una plataforma de observabilidad y de DevOps, digamos, de agentes que permite ver qué está pasando con tu agente y monitorear y recolectar datos del funcionamiento interno de tu agente. Y también te permite manipularlo un poquito. Entonces puedes tener una biblioteca de prompts y irlos editando ahí y manipularlo. Entonces aprendimos que Langsmith es una herramienta potente. Ahí el que puse el mago, el mecánico, el superhéroe, son los expertos en Fintual. Nos apoyamos mucho en los expertos internos en Fintual en cada tema para salir un poco de este proyecto es propiedad de este equipo de 3-4 personas que está desarrollando esto y ahora esto es un proyecto de Fintual. Necesitamos ayuda de los expertos para que nos ayuden a desarrollar estos expertos artificiales. Y por último, en soporte. No sé si saben, pero en Fintual todos somos soporte. Desde el CEO, Pedro, que está por ahí, yo mismo, todos los empleados de Fintual atendemos el chat de soporte 1 hora y media a la semana. Y somos el ojo que está ahí en terreno. Estamos viendo qué es lo que está pasando. Entonces estamos revisando qué respuesta está dando el chatbot. El chatbot puede escalar a humano cuando algo no se lo puede. Y estamos viendo por qué escaló, debió escalar o no. Y todo eso vamos recolectando ese feedback. Y así vamos corrigiendo los problemas que tenemos en la red. Errores de ruteo, por qué un mensaje terminó con el experto A cuando debió haber terminado con el Z. Nos da información sobre separar y unir agentes, como, oye, este agente está respondiendo más o menos mal, quizá debiera tener conocimiento más específico, o al revés, hay muchas preguntas que cruzan el dominio de 2 agentes y nos gustaría tener una visión holística de la unión de 2 agentes. Herramientas de testing y evaluación. Lanzar esto al público y ver cómo se porta en la realidad cuando alguien te está preguntando, oye, ¿pago impuestos por esto? No, no pagáis. No podemos darnos ese lujo. Entonces, es importante invertir mucho en evaluación y en testing para poder tener confiabilidad de que los cambios que vamos haciendo no introducen regresiones, que no nos empeoran el comportamiento y también que para el set de cosas que nos importan mucho, que todo funcione bien. Y empezamos a hacer cosas como outsourcing de prompts. Outsourcing me refiero a salir de este equipo de 3-4 personas y darle herramientas a todo Fintual. Oigan, ustedes son los expertos en esto, ayúdenme a construir estos prompts. Nos da herramientas para manipular al modelo de lenguaje, en el sentido de, hoy se cayó el banco por el que recibimos transferencias, tenemos que avisarle a la gente que llega al chat preguntando, oye, ¿por qué no me han pagado? Tenemos que poder reaccionar rápido. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos reaccionar rápido e inyectar conocimiento o contingencia en tiempo real? Y también, muy importante, seguir creciendo el dataset de evaluación. Cada vez que el bot responde mal, cada vez que recibimos feedback, se agrega, se vamos recolectando. Todos los ejemplos que nos sirven, todo va entrando a la gran saco de dataset de evaluación, que eso es lo que nos ayuda a poder mantener la confiabilidad y poder saber que cuando arreglamos algo, no rompimos algo que habíamos arreglado la semana pasada. Y todo súper bien, pero estamos en 2026, ya estamos un poco pasados ya para eso. Y hace como un mes más o menos lanzamos el nuevo modelo, el Reasoning Agent. Lamentablemente no tuve mucho tiempo para armar gráficas tan elaboradas como la otra, pero ¿qué es esto? A ver, tenemos mejores modelos. Tenemos Cloud 4.6 Opus, tenemos Gemini 3.1 Pro con ventanas de contexto de 1 millón de tokens. Podremos pasarle como todo. Todo lo que sabemos por 10 y todavía cabe en la ventana de contexto. Tenemos más contexto de Fintual. Todo este tiempo hemos ido recolectando muchas cosas que o no estaban bien documentadas o no estaban sistemáticamente documentadas todas en el mismo lugar. También teníamos otras cosas, como la red de agentes funciona, pero había muchos cambios de agente. El cambio de agente significa ejecutar un modelo, esperar la respuesta, ver la llamada, tengo que cambiarme de agente. Ir cargar el prompt nuevo, ir a cargar el otro modelo, ejecutar la llamada, ver, cambiarse de nuevo. Y todo eso es tiempo. También tenemos más herramientas. Ahora que esto está ya no solamente en WhatsApp, sino que ahora en la app, en la misma app, uno se loguea y está el chat ahí y le puedo, oye, ¿cuándo me pagan el retiro? Y sabe quién eres, sabe cuándo hiciste un retiro, sabe cuándo te lo tienen que pagar, sabe el estado de tu transferencia de APB, sabe el estado de, no sé, pues todo lo... Estamos trabajando para agregar más y más, pero sabe el estado de muchas de las cosas de tu cuenta. Y más herramientas para acceder a datos significa más confusión para los agentes cuando tienen 500 herramientas, cuál van a llamar y que las usen correctamente y todo eso. Y también estamos enfrentándonos a preguntas más amplias. Oye, ¿qué pasa cuando puedo transferir plata desde acciones a fondos mutuos? Y como, tenemos a la gente de acciones, tenemos a la gente de fondos mutuos. ¿Dónde va eso? Bueno, entonces armamos este Reasoning Agent, donde es un agente que va decidiendo él mismo qué pedazos de contexto cargar. Flashbacks a RAG. Esto es como un modelo de RAG. Es un tipo de RAG. Pero ahora ya sabemos cómo manejar contextos de manera modular, autocontenida y exhaustiva, y podemos construir sobre eso. Nos permite responder una pregunta en menos turnos, donde un turno es como un cambio de agente, digamos, lo que significa más rápido. Nos permite que, como eventualmente el agente pueda responder con conocimiento global, o sea, el agente podría decidir cargar todos los módulos de conocimiento que tiene y poder responder como algo que cruza todos los dominios. Hasta ahí nomás llegué a esto. Esto lo lanzamos hace como un mes, más o menos, y estamos recién viendo los datos, pero está potente y resultados muy prometedores. Una colita que quería dejar es, como CTO me ha tocado súper fuerte desde que volví de vacaciones en febrero, cambió todo. Quería como hacer una historia de qué está pasando y como los desafíos que vienen. En octubre del 2021 apareció GitHub Copilot. Qué entretenido, como un autocompletar y es como, más o menos inteligente. En marzo del 2023 apareció Cursor. Entre medio como que aparecieron cosas, pero elegí como algunos hitos importantes. Cursor, y esto como que cambió la forma y todo el mundo está usando Cursor y decía, oye, esto me hace un 30% más rápido, esto me hace 10 veces más rápido. En febrero del 2025 apareció Cloud Code y esto como que cambió el paradigma. Yo ya no estoy en el editor de texto, ahora yo doy instrucciones. Durante el 2025 aparecieron muchas otras cosas que algunas merecen ser hito, otras no. Apareció MCP, que en realidad fue el 2024, pero a finales. Gemini, Codex, AMP, OpenCode, Jules, los skills de Cloud, 1000 otras cositas que incrementalmente fueron empujando la barrera de qué se puede hacer con IA. Pero en noviembre del 2025 apareció Cloud Opus 4.5 y uno dice, como 4.5, como una versión minor de Cloud Opus del 4, como ¿qué tanto? Pero como que algo hizo clic, como que ahora ya no era como, cacha, un modelo que sabe programar, oye, esta cuestión programa mejor que yo. En febrero del 2026 yo estaba de vacaciones y apareció GPT 5.3 Codex. Y fue como otro más que estaba, según muchos, mejor que Opus 4.6, según otros un poquito peor, pero es como, esto no fue una anomalía, como que esto va para allá. En febrero del 26, en febrero del 26 apareció Opus 4.6, el mismo día que anunciaron 5.3 Codex. Y como que, ¿qué pasó? ¿Por qué está pasando que estas cuestiones están haciendo mi pega mejor que yo? Y en abril del 2026, no salió el emoji, pero eso era una lápida. En abril del 2026 muere el equipo de Custom Solutions en Fintual, que tiene otro nombre que no voy a decir porque es pero no importa. Que era un equipo que se encargaba de hacer software de uso interno, para legal, para people, para otros equipos. ¿Cuál es la premisa? Yo llegué a vacaciones y me dijeron, oye, voy a desarmar ese equipo. Y como, chuta, ya, ¿estás seguro? Sí. Bueno, ya veamos qué pasa. ¿Cuál es la premisa? Vamos a tener ahí a los abogados escribiendo código con ayuda de Codex o de Claude. Vamos a tener a las psicólogas que están ayudando en recruiting escribiendo el software que usan para manejar los candidatos. Y vamos a ver qué pasa. Todavía no llega abril, así que... pero de aquí me llevo 3 reflexiones para el futuro. ¿Qué hace un software engineer ahora? Escribe código, diseña en un pizarrón, le saca una foto y se la pasa a Cloud Code para que le escriba el software. Creo que lo estamos descubriendo ahora. Claramente está cambiando el panorama. Segunda reflexión, ¿qué hace un product manager, una abogada, un psicólogo? Como que esa división de esta persona escribe software, esta persona no. Como que está poniéndose bien borrosa. Entonces, tenemos abogados escribiendo el código que está analizando las cuentas de los fondos y claro, hay cosas que son ultra importantes y obviamente le ponemos mucho cuidado, pero hay otras cosas que es como, mándame un aviso cuando un candidato responde un mail, un candidato de recruiting responde un mail. Y eso podemos darnos el lujo de que no funcione perfecto al 100%. Entonces, si eso significa que una psicóloga del equipo de People puede autoatenderse, increíble. Y tercero, que diría que es lo que me mantiene con insomnio en las noches, es cómo controlamos la entropía. Porque todas estas personas escribiendo código, el software engineer multiplicado por 10, porque tenemos algunas personas que tienen 10 sesiones de Cloud Code abiertas, trabajando en 10 features en paralelo y produciendo probablemente 20 veces más código de lo que producían antes. Y tenemos personas que no tienen idea de lo que está escribiendo el código, pero igual están produciendo código. Y ahora tenemos que operar todo esto, y tenemos que operar de manera segura, y tenemos que seguir funcionando y no caernos, y todo eso. ¿Y cómo controlamos toda esta entropía? No sé. Y eso es lo que me tiene bastante estresado, pero muy emocionado por el futuro, porque creo que es algo que estamos todos descubriendo ahora este año, posiblemente este mes o el próximo. Eso, gracias.
Gracias, Rodrigo. ¿Tenemos quizás tiempo para una pregunta? Eso, ponte eso, buenísimo.
Yo sé que hay otras metodologías que mandan ahí hoy día como espectral y otro tipo de herramientas. Entiendo que si bien está aquí un poco en la caricatura de lo que es tecnología, ¿cuál es como el centro de lo que hay detrás de esto? Como, si bien ahí tú lo comentaste, ¿cómo piensas controlar la entropía?
Controlar la entropía, no sé. O sea, estoy pensando en entropía como de, ahora tengo 1000 servicios o pedazos de software haciendo cosas que se traslapan, que interactúan de formas complejas. Eso todavía no sé. ¿Cómo controlar, cómo esperamos que estas personas puedan hacer de manera efectiva su pega? Hemos llegado a la conclusión que el mayor dolor es el contexto. Y sabemos que los modelos no aprenden, o sea, aprenden cuando son entrenados, pero abro Cloud Code hoy día, hago algo, lo ayudo a llegar a una solución, lo cierro, lo abro mañana y ya se lo olvidó. No es como un ingeniero junior que contrato y aprende en la primera semana y lo mantiene para el resto de su estadía. Entonces estamos enfocándonos mucho en cómo manejar el contexto, cómo documentar mejor, cómo manejar esta documentación interna de modo que sea fácilmente accesible por agentes programadores. Hasta ahora te puedo dar como un spoiler, estamos trabajando con una especie de package manager de documentación donde, quiero documentación de regulación de la CMF sobre fondos mutuos y necesito saber de Ruby on Rails y necesito saber de la infraestructura de deployment de herramientas internas. Entonces voy a empezar este proyecto, elijo qué documentación y además tengo herramientas para descubrir qué documentación extra me sirve y puedo como recolectar y poder empezar a construir sobre eso. Y eso diría que es un desafío más grande y a su vez tiene un impacto mayor que Spec-Driven Development o nombres que le pongan, pero todos los approaches que hay a construir con IA. No sé si es como una no respuesta, pero Espero haber dado una visión un poco interna.
Gracias. Ahora la próxima charla que tenemos es de Loreto Bravo, ¿está por ahí? Buenísimo. Sí, hay pasador de slide, pero no podía apuntar porque es pantalla.
Ah, dale. Ok.
Voy a darle acá por el stream.
Ya. Hola a todos. Bueno, esto va a partir como una cosa, como presentando un poco el instituto. El instituto este año cumple 10 años, el Instituto de Data Science. Somos un equipo chiquitito, pero llevamos hartos años siempre trabajando desde la academia, pero en relación con las empresas. Y ha sido un desafío bien lindo y bien grande el cómo armar proyectos que sean tanto de interés para las empresas como para los académicos, ¿ya? Porque tenemos siempre este tirón entre publicar, generar resultados que tengan impacto. Entonces, nosotros hemos tratado de adoptar como un vocabulario mucho más de empresa y no tan académico. Entonces, hablamos como de nuestros servicios. Y tenemos proyectos personalizados donde replicamos proyectos de ciencia de datos, inteligencia artificial con cosas que ya hemos hecho, como predecir el Customer Lifetime Value, segmentación avanzada, varias preguntas que son como clásicas, pero que con inteligencia artificial podemos hacerlo cada vez más fino. Después tenemos proyectos de I+D, que son de largo plazo, y finalmente proyectos de responsabilidad social corporativa, que en el fondo le decimos a las empresas, oye, tus datos además tienen valor porque permiten quizás ayudar a la comunidad si los anonimizas y los usas de buena forma. Hemos trabajado con múltiples empresas, ONGs, el gobierno, Banco Central, en distintos proyectos a lo largo de los años, pero el instituto fue creado inicialmente en una alianza con Movistar, ¿ya? Entonces esto partió hace 10 años en una alianza con Telefónica. Los primeros años estuvimos siempre trabajando con Telefónica Movistar. Y de a poco nos empezamos a abrir a otras empresas. Entonces hemos tenido un montón de proyectos, pero para darles acá una idea general, en pandemia hicimos el índice de movilidad, hemos hecho estudios de segmentación avanzada con datos, por ejemplo, de DERCO para entender cómo son como los modelos para elegir el próximo auto, perfilar a los distintos clientes. También Customer Lifetime Value, que es el valor del cliente a lo largo de la vida. Esto hay modelos muy simples, pero ahora con una inteligencia artificial se pueden hacer modelos muy precisos y personalizados a las características individuales de cada uno de los clientes. También hemos hecho varios proyectos que tienen que ver con movilidad y crimen, donde utilizando datos de telecomunicaciones lo hemos comparado con crimen, con cómo se distribuye el crimen, porque tú puedes tener, por ejemplo, lugares donde hay alta concentración de crimen, pero mucha circulación, versus lugares donde quizás la concentración de crimen no es tan alta, pero que tienes baja movilidad. Entonces, si el riesgo a veces de circular en un lugar es mucho mayor que en otro, y en general Carabineros tomaba la decisión de cómo patrullar orientado simplemente a la concentración de crimen. Al agregar la variable de movilidad, eso permite hacer como agregar otros hotspots para distribuir a los carabineros. También hemos trabajado en hacer la matriz origen-destino a partir de datos de telecomunicaciones. Tenemos una patente de cómo estimar modo a partir de datos de telecomunicaciones. Por ejemplo, ahí estuvimos trabajando con el gobierno regional en proyectos de estimar la demanda que iba a tener la ciclovía metropolitana para ver si valía la pena o no esta iniciativa. Durante la pandemia también trabajamos en hacer un modelo de estimación de participación de mercado de gasolina en conjunto con COPEC. También hemos trabajado en algoritmos de detección de hogar que básicamente a partir de datos de movilidad nosotros podemos detectar más o menos dónde vive la persona. Y también perfiles de los centros comerciales, como los distintos malls. Hoy día me quiero focalizar un poco en los proyectos que tienen que ver con los datos de telecomunicaciones. Y obviamente Chile tiene esta cosa particular, bueno, y Argentina también, pero no son tantos en el mundo, donde tenemos 1.3 celulares por persona. Entonces, tenemos una sensibilidad de la movilidad de las personas muy fina utilizando datos de telecomunicaciones. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Distintas antenas. Los puntitos rojos son torres con las antenas donde las personas, o sea, los celulares se conectan para hacer llamadas o para bajar datos. No sé, pues cuando se actualiza WhatsApp, se conectó una torre y bajó el dato. De hecho, tenemos dos tipos de datos principales. Uno es el CDR, que ya hasta acá es más obsoleto, que son los registros de llamadas. ¿Quién llama por teléfono? Ya casi nada. Sí. Y no por WhatsApp. Eso, nadie te contesta. Ya, pero están los registros de llamada, pero los que son más interesantes son los que tienen que ver con uso de datos, ¿ya? Donde básicamente tenemos este dispositivo se conectó a esta antena a esta hora. Así más o menos se ven los datos que nosotros tenemos. Tenemos, por ejemplo, los datos del teléfono, obviamente anonimizados, la antena a la que está conectada la tecnología, el timestamp y el tráfico asociado. Y con estos datos podemos hacer análisis súper interesantes para entender cómo se mueve la gente, ¿ya? No es la información de GPS, que uno a veces cree que tienen los celulares, que las compañías de telecomunicaciones lo que tienen son las conexiones a las antenas, ¿ya? Entonces, ¿qué consideraciones de privacidad tenemos? Todos los teléfonos son siempre reemplazados por un hash, así que no tenemos acceso a los teléfonos. Y además tenemos un cierto nivel de anonimización por el hecho de que las torres cubren una cierta área. Entonces tú no tienes la ubicación exacta realmente del dispositivo, sino que un más o menos, ¿ya? Solo las personas del instituto tienen acceso a los datos anonimizados y cada proyecto que nosotros desarrollamos es aprobado ambos por Telefónica y por la Universidad del Desarrollo. Tuvimos que construir como todo un mecanismo, bueno, que ahora que se vendió Telefónica, estamos ahí en conversaciones con Millicom, que es Tigo, el que viene ahora. Así que no sabemos qué va a pasar con eso. En los resultados que se publican no se identifican a los usuarios específicos, agregamos a nivel de hora por lo menos, y no se reporta a nivel individual. Entonces aquí voy a hacer como una pasada súper rápida de esta PPT, se la va a quedar compartida, pero básicamente la idea es cuáles son los tipos de proyectos que hemos estado viendo a lo largo de los años. Lo primero queríamos ver qué tan representativos eran los datos, y lo son a nivel de comuna. Desarrollamos algoritmos para hacer inferencia de viaje y modos de transporte, como les comentaba, que para esto tenemos una patente que te permite, a partir de la caracterización de las antenas, determinar cuál es el posible modo de transporte del vehículo. ¿Quiénes saben lo que es la matriz origen-destino? Ya, la matriz origen-destino en el fondo te dice de dónde a dónde se mueve la gente dentro de la ciudad y para estimarlo se hacen unos estudios carísimos que van y te preguntan y te dicen, ya, dígame a qué hora salió ayer en la mañana a su trabajo, a qué hora llegó, cómo se fue. Están basadas en entrevistas. La gracia de usar datos de telecomunicaciones es que simplemente tenemos los datos reales de cómo la gente se está moviendo de un gran porcentaje de la población. Entonces, es muy relevante poder hacer estimación de la matriz origen-destino a partir de datos de telecomunicaciones. Igual ahí es donde nos empezamos a encontrar con los roces, que uno de los desafíos importantes en los proyectos de ciencia de datos es que los expertos con los que uno se relaciona no necesariamente están acostumbrados a las metodologías de data science o a las metodologías de inteligencia artificial y ven muy alejado lo que tú estás haciendo con los datos de telecomunicaciones de lo que ellos están acostumbrados a hacer con las entrevistas. Y tratan de simular lo que hacen con las encuestas con los datos de telecomunicaciones. Y no funciona así. Entonces, se genera una distancia que ha hecho que, por ejemplo, en Chile aún no se aceptan estimaciones para proyectos hechos con la matriz origen-destino calculada con datos de telecomunicaciones. Lo que es absurdo. En un montón de países del mundo ya se utilizan. Obviamente uno tiene conciencia de cuáles son sus fortalezas, cuáles son las debilidades, pero ni a esa conversación se ha llegado muy bien. Este es otro proyecto súper interesante que hicimos, que es, agarramos a 100 trabajadores de Telefónica que entregaron la dirección de su hogar y acceso a sus datos de telecomunicaciones. Entonces, con eso pudimos determinar cuál era el mejor algoritmo para determinar cuál era la antena hogar, que esto tiene un impacto en un montón de modelos predictivos de las empresas. También desarrollamos modelos de estimación de población flotante, estudios sobre malls y movilidad, que es una particularidad chilena de esto de la obsesión con los malls. Entonces tenemos que se puede perfilar cada uno de los malls de Santiago según el índice de desarrollo humano. ¿Ya? Entonces tenemos distintos malls con una caracterización muy distinta de cuáles son las personas que vienen a ese mall, de dónde vienen. ¿Ya? Entonces es muy interesante hacer este tipo de análisis con datos de telecomunicaciones. También hemos hecho estudios de movilidad y género para entender cómo se mueven las mujeres. Como el clásico, las mujeres se mueven menos que los hombres. Y principalmente da lo mismo cuánto acceso a transporte público tú les des, se siguen moviendo menos, lo que claramente indica que hay como motivos como de fondo, en el fondo el cuidado de los niños o cosas por el estilo, que da lo mismo cuánto acceso a transporte público tú les des, las mujeres se mueven menos. En pandemia trabajamos haciendo el índice de movilidad con datos de telecomunicaciones. Ahí hicimos estudios para determinar cómo afectaron las cuarentenas a los distintos niveles socioeconómicos. También analizamos la fatiga. No sé si se acuerdan, pero uno ya como a la segunda o tercera semana ya nadie le hacía caso a la cuarentena. ¿Ya? Entonces aquí hicimos estudios de esto y de hecho estuvimos apoyando al gobierno en el diseño de algunas cuarentenas en distintas partes del país. También hicimos estudios de propagación de variantes de COVID. Analizamos la migración, que esa es otra cosa súper interesante, porque tenemos datos de 5 años de telecomunicaciones, lo que significa que yo puedo decir dónde estaban antes de la pandemia, dónde están después de la pandemia, si se han movido, si se han quedado, qué es lo que han hecho. Este es el modelo que hicimos con COPEC de un nowcasting de participación de mercado de gasolina. Este es el índice de riesgo donde veíamos la concentración de crimen, pero respecto a la movilidad. Y eso nos permitió identificar hotspots donde, por ejemplo, en zonas industriales, eran pocas las personas que circulaban, pero el riesgo de esas personas circulando era mucho más alto que en Santiago Centro. O sea, la probabilidad de que te asalten en una zona industrial de estos que son estos puntitos rojos es altísima. ¿Ya? Entonces, esos eran hotspots que quedaban fuera de la supervisión de carabineros. Y con este estudio les entregamos herramientas para poder incorporar otras zonas. Otro proyecto súper entretenido que no vio a la luz, nuevamente por estos desafíos que uno tiene cuando tiene proyectos reales de data science y uno quiere conseguir como que empresas lo ocupen, hicimos... no sé si saben que los dispositivos celulares están prohibidos en las cárceles. Y los mecanismos para evitar que hayan celulares en las cárceles son extremadamente caros. ¿Ya? O sea, estos como anuladores de señal. Y además existe el siguiente desafío, y es que se instala el anulador de señal y 2 días después está destruido. En una zona que solo tienen acceso los gendarmes. ¿Ya? La situación es bien complicada porque en el fondo hay amenazas y todo tipo de cosas. Y nosotros lo que hicimos fue desarrollar una metodología con Big Data para identificar los teléfonos que estaban instalados dentro de las cárceles. Y lo que nosotros tratamos de hacer fue como de entusiasmar al gobierno, porque en el fondo tú para poder implementar esta medida necesitas que se sumen todas las telcos para poder hacer el análisis completo. ¿Ya? Y ahí nos quedamos en, no puedo creer que esto es más barato, más preciso, lo hace mejor que los anuladores de señal, es más, no tengo que instalar ningún dispositivo, solo tengo que tener mecanismos para que los vecinos avisen, oye, soy vecino, no salgo mucho de mi casa y pueden que haya creído que mi celular era de la cárcel. Tienen que haber ciertos mecanismos, pero este era un proyecto súper interesante que nos damos cuenta del desafío que es llevarlo a entusiasmar a que esto se transforme en una modificación de política pública. También hemos ayudado con estudios como el Paris Parade, como ver cómo impacta económicamente. Estamos analizando reversibilidad de calles, determinar si es que vale la pena que una calle sea reversible o no sea reversible. También estamos estudiando modelos de propagación del dengue. Tenemos un proyecto FONIS asociado a este proyecto. Y otra cosa súper interesante, estamos viendo el tema de la población flotante para temas de seguridad. En Chile, las comunas reciben un cierto monto para poder, para medidas de seguridad que tiene que ver con la población flotante. Y la población flotante es cuánta gente viene, ¿cierto? Pero este dato que utilizan actualmente es la de turismo. ¿Ya? Entonces, estamos generando un informe donde tengamos la población flotante estimada a partir de los datos telco, donde tú dices, esta persona reside allá y está circulando en Providencia. Obviamente, es mucho más preciso que usar los datos de turismo, que además están basados en entrevistas de no sé cuánto tiempo, y hay un montón de indicadores de gobierno que se apoyan en este tipo de datos y que no tienen ninguna pertinencia. También hemos hecho estudios de los patrones de evacuación en situaciones de crisis como terremotos, tsunami y incendios, y el efecto de los avisos. Han cachado que cuando te llega un aviso, hay que evacuar o algo por el estilo, no sé si a alguno le ha llegado. Lo que observamos es que el momento en el que llega ese aviso, la gente ya evacuó. O sea, el mensaje llega totalmente a destiempo, ¿ya? O sea, ya la gente no está ubicada donde estaban inicialmente. Entonces, lo que quería como con esta presentación era mostrarles todo el potencial que tenemos de trabajar con empresas, ocupando los datos de las empresas para tanto producir, aquí no lo destaqué tanto, pero también producir valor interno para la empresa, como también para bienes sociales que impacten a la sociedad. Eso.
Quizás tenemos tiempo para una pregunta.
Dale. Está todo anonimizado. Sí, sí. Todavía, de hecho, nuestro proyecto lo aprueba el GDPR europeo. El proceso de anonimización que nosotros pasamos con los datos pasa a las pruebas europeas, que son mucho más estrictas que las chilenas. No lo necesito porque está anonimizado. Lo que pasa, ya. Sí. Lo que pasa es que tú consientes a través de la firma del contrato, porque para que te den el contrato, tú tienes que poder saber en qué gastaste tu plan. Entonces, estos son los datos de facturación. Por lo tanto, por contrato, tienen el derecho legítimo de guardar esos datos. Anonimizados.
O sea, tú los recibes anonimizados.
Yo los recibo anonimizados, yo nunca los veo sin anonimizar. Sí.
Es un problema tuyo con la compañía, no con ella.
Claro. No, no, no. No.
Ella tiene que cuidar de cumplir la ley.
No, cómo la ley cuadra con todo esto, cómo va a ir cambiando. Porque hay que estar el consentimiento explícito. Usted puede hacer el contrato.
Sí.
Ahí te estoy firmando el consentimiento a la empresa de usar el dato para...
Tiene el consentimiento para almacenar los datos y poder usarlos para análisis estadísticos. Y ahí entramos en todo el mundo de área gris, de qué es lo que es análisis estadístico. Ahí meten toda inteligencia artificial dentro del análisis estadístico.
¿No recibes datos
No, yo no recibo datos personales, están anonimizados. Pero la empresa tiene ese desafío, efectivamente. Sí, un temazo, sí.
Muchas gracias. Ya, y el último speaker de la sesión es Daniel Schwartz. Daniel.
Yes, I will switch to English. Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you everyone for being here. I'm Daniel Schwartz. I'm an associate professor at the University of Chile. I will start with a story today. Not so long ago, not that far either, in many parts of the world, food is being prepared using these cookstoves. And the smoke that is coming out from these cookstoves actually causes a lot of problems, like heart diseases and respiratory illnesses. So researchers ask, how can we solve this problem that affects more than 1 billion people, billion with a B? And they came up with a solution, with a new technology, with cleaner combustion. And they tested it in the lab, and it worked. Then they wanted to test it in the field at the scale, and they got funding by governments. And then when they did it, it failed. It failed not because the technology was wrong, but because people kept using their traditional fires, because they didn't know how to maintain the new stoves. They ignored the cracks. They left the burners on. At the end, it wasn't a problem of the technology. The problem was a human factor. And today, I will argue that that's happening for several AI and data science solutions. It's not the models are wrong, it's that sometimes the human side is missing. And I will talk about 3 lessons, and all 3 lessons with a lot of randomized experiments. So the setup for this morning was excellent. And in these experiments that I will show you, it basically are a collaboration between academia and several organizations, from the government, financial services, healthcare, and e-commerce. And the first lesson to start is get their attention, then make it clear and relevant. In a world of abundant information, complex information, think about financial decisions. Information in general is very complex. So we have studied several financial products, and people have a hard time understanding the concepts. And in particular, for credit cards, people have hard time to understand the consequences of, for example, what happens when they pay the minimum, what happens when they pay the statement balance. So we conducted a very large randomized experiment with about 180,000 credit card users in order to explain what are the consequences of each of these payment options. And this is a randomized experiment. So we have 4 groups. The first one is the control group, the baseline, and that group only received an email reminder. So they have to pay before the due date, and that was the entire baseline, okay? So any effect that I will show you is beyond reminding people that we know from other studies have an effect by itself. The second experimental condition, here in orange, is the reminder and an explanation of what happens if they pay the minimum payment. Basically, they might avoid late fees. The third one, in gray, is the reminder and what happens if they pay in full, if they pay the statement balance. And finally, in blue, is the reminder again, an explanation of both payment options. An explanation for the minimum payment, an explanation of what happens when they pay the statement balance. Okay? Let's see a few results. And I will show you here the effect difference compared to the control condition, to the simple reminder. So what you see here is the difference in percentage points compared to this baseline that just reminded people to pay. And what we can see that any of the treatment messages that were explaining the consequences of each payment option is reducing the likelihood that people would either pay less than the minimum or not paying at all. And that simple treatment is moving away people from delinquency. So it's very important, it has consequences for these people and how they will continue basically being in debt or not. And the question here is, okay, if people now are less likely to pay the minimum or not paying at all, what are they doing now on average? And that depends on the specific message. So for those who received the minimum payment explanation, they move mainly to pay exactly the minimum. Exactly, no, exactly the minimum. Those who received the message about the consequences of paying the statement balance, you can guess, move to pay exactly the statement balance. Okay, well, a little bit more, but they pay in full. And that's interesting because this is a randomized experiment, and as Guido explained, these people would have otherwise not pay at all or pay a little bit, and now because of this treatment, they are paying in full. And now I think the most interesting one, what happens when people receive both explanations, the minimum payment and the consequences of paying the statement balance, a smaller portion goes to pay exactly the minimum, a larger portion goes to pay in full. So these simple messages are shifting the payment distribution depending on the content of each message. From the policy side, actually we work with the Ministry of Economics and the Consumer Protection Bureau, and the upcoming credit card information regulation actually will include some of these features. From a research perspective, you might wonder, but not everyone read their emails. Almost no one reads their emails, okay? Some people cannot change their payment decisions. So, but we can use large amount of data and causal machine learning models and to try to understand what's going on. So these models in general are used to optimize, and we did it as well, to optimize which person should receive each message, but they also are helpful to understand why and who are people responding. And that is useful because you can apply it in other domains as well. So for example, for the both experimental condition, we know that about 1/3 of them responded to the treatment and increased their payments. Why do they respond? We have some clues. So the first clue is that these are people that prior to the experiment, they were changing their payment in each billing cycle by a lot. So it's like every time these people are making decisions, like there is some sort of deliberation. And that's important because it's telling us that people are more likely, I think, to pay attention to the treatment messages that we are sending them out. But what are they paying attention to? We have some clues as well. So remember, this is for the both experimental condition, explaining both consequences. What we see is that those who prior to the experiment were more likely to pay less than the minimum, they now reach the minimum. Those who were more likely to pay the minimum or more, but less than the total, now they're more likely to pay the total. The exception is that when the amounts were close to each other, people were trying to reach the largest amount. And if the gap was larger, like in a marathon, you say, no, I cannot reach that one. I'm okay with the minimum payment. So the relevant target became the minimum payment in that case. So this is telling you how people decide, how people behave with this experiment and using, in this case, a causal machine learning model. So I want to add one extension. So we saw that it's important, I think, with this lesson to capture people's attention, especially with relevant information. But it's also important who is delivering that information. We have one study in which we show exactly the same information delivered, but we compared in a randomized experiment whether that information was delivered by using a real person, a humanized AI. I know that you might think that that's a real person, but it's a humanized AI. And the third one that is clearly an avatar AI. And what we found is that people's willingness to follow the information and comply with the information was very similar between the real person and the humanized AI, but they were much less likely to do it with the avatar AI, the one that is less realistic. And actually, the designs of these avatars matters. When we change the gender of the humanized AI, people responded differently as well. And that raises an important question, I think, for this audience. What type of AI are people going to pay attention to? And I think it's important. I hope we can answer that pretty soon. Capturing relevant information is important, but might not be enough. So lesson 2 is the path to action has to be frictionless. It should be easy and clear to follow. In this case, it's a setting about promoting medical screening. Think about to improve the population health in different domains. So some people are not doing these screenings, and the question is why? Well, there are some barriers. It might be too expensive. People might forget. They might think that there are so much paperwork or formalities, or they might not know if they are due to do the exam or the preventive exam. So we conducted, in this case, large randomized experiments, this case with hundreds of thousands of patients, to address each of these barriers. This is the first study. In the first study, it's about mammogram attendance. So this was, the population here was a group of women within a certain age group. We random assign WhatsApp messages, but we also random assign as a baseline a condition without message. So the baseline is basically 0.5% of women basically in a time window schedule and attend a mammogram in this clinic. What if we send out a WhatsApp message very simply, and this is the gist of the actual wording, in which we'd say, would you like to schedule a mammogram? Just doing that more than doubles the likelihood that this woman schedule and attend a mammogram. Okay. What if now we tell people, look, you don't need a prior medical order, which is true for this age group of women. Just telling that is basically reducing an actual barrier, and it's increasing the likelihood that they schedule and attend a mammogram, in this case by 24%, which these numbers for those who work in the domain, it's a huge increase, okay? Might seem small, but it's actually a lot. What if now the information is relevant to the person? So if you tell them, you cannot see the pointer, but it says, as a reminder, you are due for a mammogram this year. You are due this year. And that increases even further the likelihood of attending and scheduling the appointment by another 24%. So each of these step by step, are addressing one variant, and they compound to change people's behavior. Another example. Now we will remove other type of barriers. This is in the setting of dental checkup. Again, randomized experiment with hundreds of thousands of patients, the baseline condition, no message. Here it's important that the sample population are patients that have a medical appointment, not the dental one, a medical appointment coming, okay? So from that population, almost no one gets a dental appointment. What good day, right? If we send them a message that basically says, look, we're offering a preventive dental checkup at $40. We also talk about cavities and stuff like that, but that's the gist. Then basically it increasing 4 times the likelihood that these patients basically schedule and attend a dental appointment. But if the clinic can get this dental appointment cheaper, as you might expect it, for example, at $2, now it's much larger the likelihood that people will schedule and attend a dental appointment. And this is the one that I like the most. I told you that these patients have a medical appointment coming. So in the last experimental condition, the only thing we added is to say you can save time by scheduling or on the same day of your medical appointment. They could have done it either way, right? But just making the convenience more salient increased by 18% the likelihood that they are scheduling and attending a dental appointment. And by the way, none of these changes the likelihood of they attending the medical appointment, which is important as well. Again, one extension. So barriers can be real, like real money, or perceived, like perceived convenience, but they can also be created unintentionally. So we conducted a randomized experiment offering a free financial well-being app. And the app has great tools so people could manage their debt. But in general, what we saw is that most people were only looking at the feature in which the feature was showing all the accumulated debt that they have across the financial system. And that might have seemed overwhelming. And then what we saw is that people were more stressed and they weren't receiving the help that they needed. And that tells us also an extension to this lesson, that we can provide a tool, but doesn't mean we're providing a solution. Third lesson, measure what actually matters for whom, what different type of behavior, that's what that means. So let me give you some suspense before that one. So before we saw context in which I think the cost of human failure was kind of clear in healthcare or people basically getting more debt. In this context, this is online retails. And I would argue that not all, but many online retails care a lot about one thing, more clicks. And if you want to tell an AI to optimize for more clicks, it will. So if you have a marketing campaign, like an email marketing campaign, and you tell the AI, okay, I want to optimize to get a greater click-through rate, so it might come up with the idea of delaying some information. So if you delay some information, people are more likely to click the email, and they will go to the website, and you might have the assumption that they will be more likely to buy. That's clear. Is that true? So we actually tested something like that. And this was with more than 1.5 million customers. They received basically they were in two experimental conditions. Some of them received emails in which the price was included in the product, and others received an email in which the price was not included in the product, so people were maybe more likely to click, right? And this was across several marketing campaigns. First question, is it true that withholding the price information, like in the picture on the right, increases the click-through rate? Yes, it does, by more than 22%. Is it true that might affect sales and conversion? No. Actually, there is no significant effect, and the magnitude of the estimate goes in the opposite direction, like favoring price transparency. But you might be wondering, well, if people were more likely to click and go to the website, they might buy something else. Not maybe the offered product, but something else, or maybe they go to the physical store, or maybe they're thinking to buy and they buy in the following weeks. None of that is true. No effect for overall, for offline sales, or long-term sales. So what we're showing here is that at least a misleading metric might affect how people do businesses, at least for the average consumer. But we know that there are different types of consumers. And we can find patterns, right? And that's what we did. We tried to find patterns whether people might behave differently in this setting in which we are withholding price information in an email marketing campaign. And what we see is very interesting. We find two types of consumers. The high-value consumers, in kind of a selection mode, they actually are more likely to buy when they see the price in the email, because it seems that they knew what to buy, or they have something in mind, and they need the price to make a decision. But the low-value customers, they basically are in like an exploration mode or more curiosity-driven, and they are more likely a little bit to buy when there is no price in the email. And when you combine both, actually, the revenue increases by 5%. And if you, like me, would like full transparency, and you can do only full transparency, actually, the revenues are not that different. The only thing that you change is that you are targeting these emails with prices to only high-value customers. Again, one extension for this lesson. This is the last one. The opportunities of understanding different types of behaviors goes beyond a metric. So we and this is connected to the previous talks about spillovers and trying to understand the system, right? So we conducted a large experiment, again, with credit card users. And this was very simple. This was randomly assigned whether people receive a credit card payment reminder. And as you might expect, people are more likely to pay when they receive the reminder, okay? And they reduce their debt, at least in the short term. What happens is when you see the debt across the financial system, actually there is no reduction. There was only reallocation of that debt on average for the average consumer. And when you look at a special some segment of consumers, actually there is a group that increases their debt because once they receive the reminder, basically they start using more their credit cards. And when we look at basically after a few months, they're actually more likely to get a consumer loan. So the behavior is much more complex when we look at the whole system, when we include not only direct measures, but also indirect and spillover effects. So to finalize, so I hope this invites us, all of us, to ask whether we are capturing people's attention with relevant information, whether we are making the path clear to have an action, a path that is frictionless to action, whether we are measuring what actually matters and considering the different type of behavior. Just as I started with the case of the cook stoves. So at least with these lessons, I hope we get that it's important to understand who is behind that smoke. Because if we want to change people's behavior with technology, we need to do that before. And with that, I just want to thank you very much. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Daniel. Do we have time for 2 questions, maybe?
Yeah.
Ended with the attention.
Capturing attentions.
Yes, I was curious when I sometimes search for something and then I start getting bombed forever with advertising. Many showing less, do you know if there's experiments showing less is better?
Yes, they are. There are experiments that when you show less, basically.
With the same information.
We have some studies, and others have conducted a study where if you show people, like when I run experiments, if I want to increase the chances that people see the experiments, I use like the same intervention many times to increase be able to capture attention. That's true. I don't know if you're asking. That's true. I don't know if people get tired or not. We have done that with online retails, and the unsubscription is very, very low. So I think it seems that people are able to receive the same thing many, many times. I know, maybe you have more experience than Uber. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Maybe another question, last one?
Can be in Spanish if you want.
Okay, if not.
Okay, thank you so much.
So, now we have ahora tenemos un coffee break y volvemos en media hora aprox, ¿no? Buenísimo.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for staying this late. I think it has been an amazing day. As Jose, la rectora, who we thank that she's here again. They were saying at the beginning, the objective of this event was to try, to put in the same room academics and folks from industry working in interesting and important problems. We're living through probably the largest tech revolution in the history of the world, and I think these collaborations are probably more relevant than ever. And we wanted to close this with a panel with our distinguished speakers, where we wanted to ask, we've been talking about everything that AI and data science can do, and we wanted to ask the question is, well, what does it actually take? Okay, what does it actually take to make these tools successful in practice, and what's the broader impact they could have. So I want to start just by introducing our panelists. Thanks so much for being here. I want to start with the new Minister of Science and Technology, Jimena Linconao. Thanks so much for being here. And the minister, la ministra, brings an incredible experience in technology. She was in the US for many years, part of the entrepreneurship ecosystem there, with many achievements and accomplishments. One of them was found a company called Phone to Action, pioneering platform connecting citizens and legislative processes. And I think what makes the minister's perspective so interesting in this panel, of course, is her vision as a minister. So what's the ecosystem we should build, so that science and technology can have a real impact on productivity and also in the public sector. So thank you so much for being here. Let me continue with Cookie. Cookie Perez is an economist and data scientist with over 20 years of experience in applied statistics and technology. Cookie also lived many years in the US. She led data science teams at Airbnb and Spotify. Shopify, what did I say? I said Spotify, yeah, sorry, Shopify. That's Google Docs corrected that. They like Spotify more than Shopify. Okay, so returned to Chile around 3 years ago. She now serves in the board of several large companies, and I think it's great to have Cookie here because you have both the perspective of Silicon Valley, but also now working for companies in more traditional companies in Chile. And you've all met Guido and Ali, but let me just very quickly reintroduce them. Guido Immes is a professor of economics at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. He's also a Nobel Prize in Economics 2021, and he's had an incredible impact in the field of economics and other fields by studying this very relevant question about causality. What causes what? What is the causal impact of different interventions? And I think he brings a perspective of someone coming from academia, but also has had an incredible impact in practice, and more recently in tech companies, being main advisor at Amazon. And last but not least, Ali Ro, who most of you just heard from. She's an economist by training, the director of applied science at Uber. She directs a team of around 80 people of data scientists and engineers, solving some of the hardest marketplaces problem in the world. Before, she led marketplace data science at Airbnb, where she was also developing cutting-edge techniques in data science. So great to have everyone here. Thanks so much. And let's jump into it. So I want to start with what I think is a paradox. So companies like Uber and Amazon, that Ali and Guido work with, have proven that data-driven organizations can really outcompete everyone, can become incredibly successful, have incredible growth, incredible scale. And that proof has existed for a decade. But yet there's a lot of traditional companies that are still struggling to deliver in that promise of data, despite all the evidence of how valuable this can be. So is it, you could ask maybe, is it the infrastructure, is it the culture, is it leadership? And so I want to maybe, if we can try to understand where this gap is coming from, because I do think it's relevant for companies in Chile and in the region. And I want to start with you, Ali, because you alluded to this a little bit already in your talk. And just a very simple question. Is this, let's call it digital transformation, a lot of people call it that way. Is that basically impossible or not? Is that something that you said, like Uber started being data-driven and digital from day zero? So can you change the DNA of the company? How would you do that?
That's a great question. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So you talked a little bit about infrastructure and culture, and it's certainly, all of those above matter. I think there's a tendency to think first about infrastructure, and it's certainly often a gap with companies, but it's usually the gap that's easiest to close, actually. gap that's harder to close, as always, revolves around people and organizations. I mentioned earlier that Uber and Amazon and other companies like it were really built around data, not just with data, and from day one, and that does make it easier. It's like decisions or incentives, or also even trust is very closely tied to what you can measure and what you can experiment. And that's a very different way of thinking about the world. And from observing and talking to folks and consulting with some companies, there's a few barriers I've observed. One is just around decision making. If you're used to kind of making decisions based on hierarchy, that's very different than making decisions based on evidence. You're looking for data to prove a point versus looking at data to tell you where to go. The other gap that I've seen is just treating data as something very siloed, and even siloing the people that work on data. And I guess the third thing I would say is sort of the experimentation, but experimentation philosophy, more than experimentation infrastructure again. I think there's a real comfort you need to have with being wrong, because that's sort of the point of experimenting. You're assuming you're wrong, and then you'll see if you're right. And that's a very different way of thinking about the world. And so I think it's possible, but I do think it is challenging for those reasons. And understanding why it's challenging, I think, will help solve it. And I mentioned this earlier, but I do think it comes back to people. And the way I would think about it is, how can you embed people in the right systems who can then build those relationships and convince folks that, and show rather than tell, that there's a lot of value in this approach.
Yeah, thanks. So Guido, let me follow up with you. You were part of what's called this credibility revolution in economics. So it's basically, how to use data to really come up with more precise, more trustworthy answers. And that was a process of decades. Like, are there any insights that you can draw from that experience and your experience at Amazon when thinking about companies that are not data-driven, don't have this culture? Like, how do you change that? You change it. You were part of changing this in a whole profession. How do you change this in companies?
Yeah, so I have less. I have less experience changing this in companies. I've worked with a couple of different organizations there, but most of those were, from the time I started working with them, very focused on making data-driven decisions. And in those organizations, I've always been really impressed with the fact that the leadership of those organizations was really committed to that. And so that really pushed everybody else to emphasize the evidence coming from the data. And you see the leadership kind of being very engaged with the data, being very willing to kind of really dig deep into what the evidence showed, and willing to go with the evidence. So changing that, I think somehow it's got to change from the top, where people are willing to actually look at the evidence and understand that there's a lot of value in moving towards a data-driven decision-making process. And I think Ali made a number of really important points, kind of that the leadership needs to buy into this. You need to have people kind of willing to trust the process there. And I think that may be much harder at smaller organizations, because even if you bring in people from outside to bring the expertise, often their expertise is very narrow, and you need people who have much broader expertise. Ali talked about sort of all the different roles he plays in these organizations, and a lot of the academics are not very used to that type of work environment.
Yeah. Thanks. And so let me follow up with you, Cookie, because you are in the leadership of many companies in Chile, and I guess both Ali and Guido mentioned the importance of that this is coming from the top, the importance of people and leadership. So maybe tell us your perspective from the ground. What are we seeing? Is this gap closing? Is it more structural? What are your views?
Yeah, no, great question. And I should add that I'm in the leadership, but in leadership that has no power because I'm in the board, so I don't get to do anything. So I have to influence, I guess. No, I mean, I do have the power, but many times I just want to like, give me the data and I will do it. And obviously I can't do that. So many times I always after board meetings, I send email to all the team member, how you should be doing the metrics. And then I get like, no, you can't do that. So sometimes it's hard. But I think for me, I mean, I never worked in Chile. I went to the US in like 25 years ago, and I did my whole career there, and I work in digital native companies, and I was also in academia, so when I came back, and I knew Chile had done, I think, as Ali put it so well, the infrastructure, everything, I mean, we have the kind of like the fierros, you know, we have a good infrastructure. Many companies have the data. We have good company like Sonda, like, and everybody knows, yeah, no, we have a data warehouse. This guy, yeah. We do have the infrastructure, etc. And I would say, with AI, there was this opportunity and also like eye-opening where everybody wanted to do something. And I think that's when I realized the way we are, I guess in Chile, things get done many times in these companies that you call someone and someone comes and sells you something. And for me, that was the first shock. No, like we are buying data, we're buying technology for what? And I think that is what I try to influence a lot of the time at the board, which is hard because it's like, no, don't invest on that. Like, let's think about what's the main problem. What's the problem we want to solve? And it's the classical, everybody had bots now, no, customer support, this and that. And a lot of the problem where we're losing clients, they're not even calling us. Like, why do we have 4 bots? No, like so it's like that mentality and realizing I was so used to that. Like, what's the problem? What do we want to solve? What's the scientific method to get an answer? Or like, how can we get really close to that? And that's where I get the biggest pushback. I think someone in the presentation mentioned the hippo. It's something I always remember because we used to say that a lot at Airbnb. Who makes the decision? The hippo, which is the highest pay person opinion, or is truly evidence or rigor or causality? And so going back, I think it's what Ali said at the beginning, is at the end is the people. Do they buy it? Do they think it's possible? Whenever, also for me has been a realization, we're like, let's hire all these PhDs in economics, and they're like, we produce 20 a year. Like, where are you going to find them? I'm like, what? Used to having these big teams of the scientists at the company. So going back to people, to culture, I'm much more optimistic on the infrastructure, data. I think Chile has always been ahead in that sense, in the region at least. I'm going to stop there.
It does seem a hard problem to crack. Ministra, I want to... Do we have another mic? Yeah. Continuing in this topic of non-digital native, government is perhaps, I don't know, maybe the most extreme case of being non-digital native. And, you know, I don't want to put you in the spot you just started, but
Go ahead.
What is this gap actually closable, or is it something more structural? Like what are, you know, especially as we're seeing this Gen AI revolution, what are your hopes for the government to become more digital and really take advantage of these tools?
I would say take advantage that I'm talking, because I don't know how long it's going to be my honeymoon, because I just got here a week and a half ago or 2 max, and I was out for 30 years. So I'm like walking around, talking and everything, and I feel like cookie a little bit, then I may get, you know, a cold shower that no, things are not done this way here. So the infrastructure is there, 100%. There's connectivity, there's we have the best sky in the world. We have 40% of the infrastructure of astronomy here. Lots of Stanford. I saw Stanford here. The 60% of the astronomic infrastructure will be in Chile of the world by 2030. And so we have, there's no doubt, it's a fact that Chile is #1 in the world in terms of sky, of space, of opportunity to scan the space and learn from it. Then we have ocean from north to south, and then we have a wonderful geography that allow us to have rare minerals, lithium, and all those great things. And so in terms of resources, natural resources, we're very, very fortunate. And also we have the infrastructure, we have connectivity, we have 5G, we have underground, submarine cabling, now a new one connecting to Australia, and data centers. We're third in Latin America on data centers. We will have a great, not mega data center like the ones in Loudoun County in the US, but we will have a pretty good size one by AWS late this year, and there are others that will come. So we have infrastructure, but the culture is not there. And that's the reality. And it's not there. I don't know exactly why my diagnostic, because we have excellent universities. We are here in one of the best universities, in the world. I mean, there are scientists and also engineers that come out of our universities that do have unicorns. I mean, we have the folks from Notco who have a lot of success. They're super smart, and there are many others. And so we have engineers, scientists, students in general. I went to a regional university, and I did pretty okay in the US. So it's not the education. So what is it? Is it what happens throughout in the community, in society, is the media? I don't know what it is. But there is something that holds Chile back. And that's why Cookie has this, you can't go there. You can only advise, but you can't go there. This is why I have the same issues with, okay, let's go and call a consulting company that has a fancy name. Why don't we invest back in our own people? Why don't we train them? Like if we want to support a university, let's make a phone call to a local university or a high school or whatever, and let's bring them here to train them. Why don't we do that? Oh, well, we never done it this way. Well, we have so many consulting businesses here. I thought in the US we had it bad because of Accenture, Palantir and Andrew are always talking about Accenture taking everything from the bottom line of the contract. And here it's just like, it's actually like everything is a consulting company. So the capacities of, everything is very fragmented. Your zip code is destiny. The education you have is destiny. If you start a career, you end your life in that career. And there is very little mobility, and it's also very little mobility in the same cities where we are. People don't really travel around, because I'm glad we're here, because almost all of the technology events that I've been going to, almost everyone are in one area of the city that is a great area. But I know better because I lived and I was raised in a different side of the city. So I think we should never undermine and undervalue the power of culture in technology advancements and in digital, I would say, penetration. I think AI will happen to us regardless, or we will go with it. And convincing people that the speed of understanding AI is so powerful, because it will happen to us. We are already on the menu. We want to be cooking the food, right? But it is really is media, is the government, is the political establishment of both sides, of all sides, everywhere here and everywhere in the world. Those impediments that really make it very hard for a regular person to understand and trust and believe in your intentions. And so people are guarded, because if you say, oh, believe in AI, or AI is here, can be so helpful, they just don't believe it necessarily, because there is something in their mental models that already is there, that they make associations. And I think this is why it's so wonderful to work with children and we work with young people, because young people are not marred by all of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, it is not just enterprise, it's not just government, it's everything. It's a cultural thing that happens. I don't know if it's all Latin America. I think it's many parts of the world, this being one of it. I think there are parts of the US also that are like that. There are sectors of the US that are like that. But in its majority in the US, you see the energy is so vibrant. And if you are, I mean, almost all cities have some of that community. And I want us to have that too.
So that's really interesting. So can I just double click? Because culture seems like a very ethereal concept. So maybe if we can try to make it a bit more concrete. You mentioned mistrust. You mentioned maybe I was hearing maybe being too risk averse, not being entrepreneurial enough. So and your perspective is really interesting because you were 30 years away and now you're seeing this kind of with this fresh eye. So can we try, like, if we try to be a bit more precise about what do you think about the culture?
Culture is a lot of things.
Yeah.
Culture is what they said to Cookie. We don't do things this way. You gotta break eggs to make omelette, right? So it's okay to fail. It's okay to make a mistake, to say I'm gonna do this, no, I'm gonna do this because I learn better. In government, and probably Rectora Deves knows more than me in the interactions, that sometimes, entities, governments will, and everybody, they will make mistakes. Okay, we didn't think about that. But, it's okay to say, I made a mistake, I'm going to fix it. So that's one thing on culture. The failing, it's okay. It's okay to make a mistake. And anybody, whether it's a university, whether it's anybody, will understand if we have that culture of making a mistake. Second thing, I gotta call somebody to fix this problem. I mean, I am the kind of person, I wanna know how to fix it. Even if it takes me a long time, I wanna know how to fix it. That's another thing. Third, let me explain this to you, or let me give you a minuta, which is a thing that is written with all the explanation. I don't want that. I wanna see the data. I wanna read the data because I wanna have my own opinion about the data. Not because I don't trust the minuta, like the briefing thing. It's because I think you all say this, is because you gotta trust by verify, but also the data is one, but interpretations are many. And so we all done statistical studies, like in our, and we know that data can be interpreted and presented in different manners. So it's very important to know. So little things like that, like hierarchy. Hierarchy is a big one. And that's the hardest one for me. It's like, Jimena, you can't do that because you are the minister. Why not? Like, why can I do that? Like, you cannot do that because this other person has to also be part of that conversation. Why? I'm trying to advance things. If I wait for the other person, and it drives me very, like, and this happens everywhere. There is a hierarchy, and in the U.S. sometimes there are hierarchies, but I think there are in government too, a lot. I think there are there too. I think there are there too. But hierarchies are not good anywhere. Just little things like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So you mentioned tolerance to failure, and so maybe I want to get quickly the opinion of the other panelists. Ali and Guido, you are in companies that have a lot of tolerance to failure. Maybe, I don't know, 70-80% of the things you try failed, but you still learn a lot. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how that culture is, and then maybe Cookie, you can reflect on, why you see perhaps this resistance to failure that may be so embedded in the culture.
Yeah, so originally I'm from the Netherlands, and so in some sense there are very similar cultural differences between the Netherlands and the US, and some of what I see here in Chile and the US. There's also much less willingness to take risk and do things differently, and there's sort of a sense of we've always done things this way. You see that in the educational system that has stayed the same for a very, very long time. And that's probably not set up very well for dealing with the rapid changes coming now in with AI. But kind of back to the tolerance for failure, that's clearly something you see sort of at these the tech companies all over the place, where people are constantly willing to try things and live with the risk that it's likely there's a good chance that leads to failure. At some point, I had this data set at one of the tech companies for a very large number of experiments. And so kind of all these experiments showed effects, had estimates of the effects on some metric and uncertainty around that. And so if you deconvoluted that, then you get actually the distribution of true values of these ideas. You see, it's very, very concentrated around zero. Most of the ideas just are really bad. And then more than half of the remaining ones were negative, were just bad ideas that should not be implemented. And then there was just a small set of good ideas. But finding those good ideas, that's kind of what all the data-driven decision is about, making sure you're not implementing the bad ideas and finding these very, very few good ideas. And of course, especially with mature companies, there's never going to be a lot of really good ideas. Otherwise, people would have thought of those before. And so you need to have a huge tolerance for failure and for willingness to look at bad ideas to come up with the few good ones that kind of, as Ali stressed in her presentation earlier today, these few good ideas have a huge impact in the end on the bottom line for these companies, and so that makes it all worth it.
I have one thing too. I worked 15 years in government in the US and 15 years in technology entrepreneurship. I had several startups that were successful, sold them, raised venture capital for some not. It was a really good experience for me to be first in government, then in technology, and now in government again, to see the full circle. And something I think people have to learn to feel more comfortable in any role is to make mistakes, because you develop the muscle in your stomach of the instinct of when something bad is going to happen, and then you can react back, and that you can't make good decisions. I think a lot of people say you gotta make the decisions as quickly as possible, but the best decision possible, and move along and be strategic, etc. One of the things that I like a lot about Rectora Deves from this university is that she's thoughtful. Like, you gotta be thoughtful in life. You have to make the decisions quickly, but be thoughtful and be with people. Like, you learn a lot with people that you talk to. And when I walked into the building today, she was talking to students here. I saw her talking to parents the other day in the school. And that tells you, like, you get so much from these conversations, because people tell you how they feel, what they think, what they need. And so, but then you make a decision, you may make a mistake, but you fix it. And then you make it again, you fix it. And then you learn over time, you make so many decisions that the volume of decisions that your stomach, you learn, you feel it, you have the instinct. And so that's why I say it's so important to make mistakes, and that's why it's important to also move fast. You can't move too slow, because if there's only so much time in life, right? And so many hours of the day, days of the week, a professional life. And so if we're too guarded, and this is why people don't have mobility too, because to get noticed also, you gotta push the envelope a little bit. So that was my experience.
I'll just add two things. We talked about failure a lot, and many of you might be wondering, when I'm listening to this, I'm sort of wondering, well, maybe you just fail all the time and then you create a successful company. So that doesn't work. So what's the secret there? I think learning, right? Why I've stressed experimentation so much is because it's not like we experiment and then just move on to the next thing. It's like, why didn't this work? We thought it would work. What was different than what we expected? This is different. Let's pivot this way, right? So every time you fail, you're learning something, or at least that's what you should be doing. And the other thing I would add is you start recognizing talent, because some people fail less than others, or they fail. But they tried something really big, and you're like, "Wow, that was a really good idea," and it didn't quite work, but I recognized something there. Or I think Amazon has this principle: be right often. I mean, it's a hard principle to just do, but when you see people operate, you start recognizing talent and how they deal with failure and how they take the right risks.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing in the topic of like this failure, no, like this kind of like risk aversion, and again, I'm speaking from my hat, like a board member in Chile, and I think again, as one of the first thing I learned quickly is that the board is kind of like, sometimes I'm going to generalize, of course, but very worried about their own risk at the table. And that was a shock for me at the beginning, also because I didn't know the laws that applied to me at the moment. So I think that was good as well. But in truthness, like, and that is something I actually heard the VP CEO of Mercado Libre in a conference with directors, board members say that. Like sometimes the board members are more worried about diminishing, like reducing their risk than actually pushing the company to innovate. And it kind of like opened my eyes. And since then, actually, we have talked about that with boards. So true. Like if I look at the calendar at the time I use for a given company, I'm like hours in cumplimiento, hours in like things of legality. I'm like, do you really want me to be doing those things, or do you want me to have a comité of innovación, data, etc.? So I think I've been willing to kind of free a little bit of my time in areas that it's not my expertise and I have no interest, into areas that are. But I think you can double click about this risk mentality at every layer, and you will find it. And I think it's how can you make those little improvements, no, so they can compound basically in the company.
Cool, thanks. So we've talked a lot about culture. I'm not sure we've resolved the issue, but I do want to be a bit more forward-looking. Of course, everyone talks about AI, Gen AI, and I wanted to start with Ministra Rinconao. L. I thought I said L, but sorry. My English is not very good. Sorry. So what do you think, what's the role of Chile? You mentioned like being in the menu or cooking. Are we supposed to be just consumers of technology built somewhere else, or should we lead? And where should we lead?
Every country has to lead. I mean, there is a race for AI. If we look at the US and other countries, they have a very clear manifesto winning the race of AI coming from the government. So it is, do we like to lose? I don't think so, right? So every country in the world needs to be very clear that we have to compete. And we're not competing also with other countries, we're competing with AI itself. Because the more that we don't understand it, the more we don't use it, the less that we can do. And that will be very clear in the job situation. We are losing jobs in AI, but we're seeing the abundance of new jobs. Data annotation is a job I always talk about because you can train somebody in 10 weeks, and then the person without any other technical education can actually work in an AI company as a data annotator. So that's a very good example. But in infrastructure, we have a return of construction jobs. Refrigeration is a really important job in construction for data centers and for other infrastructure, AI factories, astronomy centers, etc. So that is also that part of talent. So we've seen with AI for government, it means a lot of things. One of them, we have to make it easier for people to learn. Everybody, from my mom that only use the phone and YouTube and does that, everybody, to people, especially folks, it's just everybody in each category. Like in government, we have a program now that we're starting to do training for how to use AI at work for government workers. We have 600 government institutions, 25,000 people in government. They run teams or they work with some kind of technology device for their office. So how do we create like a community of techies in the government that know how to use these tools? In universities, in schools, in the whole education system, there are applications that are very helpful. Like, I'm not talking about even agentic AI, but like notebook LLM. It's a great tool to learn. And you talk to people, some people use it, some people don't. So training is important. Second, agentic AI has shown us that we can amplify human productivity to a third level. Agentic systems today can work with one person or a couple people, and you have, if you're a worker in any service, you have an army of agents that are at your disposal that you can use for whatever it is the reason, right? So in the past, we used to think about putting agents goals, and they will work with a goal. Today, we're thinking more about how do we skill, and with skills in agentic AI, you can actually create, and whoever is working with agents knows that we have seen so much change in the past year, even in the past 3 months, even so than before. So agents are so powerful. And yeah, generative AI is always going to be helpful. It's good that people know how to use it. It's getting more agentic as it goes, but agents are so important. So we are trying to, we're looking at our own service at the ministry and the agency that gives the financing to use agentic systems to make it easy for people to get services, so they're not waiting. And then the third level, and they're all equally important, and I'm simplifying things a lot. With number 2 is the modernization of government, the wiring underneath of all of the technologies that are used. Some of them are old, some are new, and how everything connects, APIs, all of that. And then the third is actually the technology itself, and do we produce it here, which is what you were saying. To get to that level, we do have to have some of these other things, because it just becomes in the mainstream. Like AI becomes something like, okay, I use it enough. Oh, I also want to work in it. And so there is, on the construction side, I find it incredibly important to become a talent source for data centers, because, we can export that talent. I mean, we may be 10 hours away from on a flight to, or maybe a little more, to Loudoun County, but I know firsthand that we don't have enough electricians and plumbers in the US. We don't even need to go that far. We can go to Argentina and other places. So I think the training that we can do in all this massive infrastructure that we're seeing here, it is that training, that way of training too is sellable. And then the creation of technology. I mean, we have, and this is, earlier we talked about this because I hear a lot about the scientific world thinks that what is science? And like I sometimes get confused by what is the understanding of what science is here. And I think a lot of people think it's biological science more than, because data science is also a science. Computer science is science. And so I think it's, just kind of helping people navigate these concepts to get to application, because we're very close to be commercializing a lot of the innovations that are here, but there is that level that is not the last step that people think is transfer of knowledge at the end of the thing, and it's not like that. Like entrepreneurship is a way of thinking about everything. Like it's a way of looking at the data. It's a way of looking at investigations, and then it's a way of getting to a product. And here, sometimes I think that people have to find these 6 levels of TL R1 and 2 and 3 and whatever, and it doesn't work like that in entrepreneurship. Like for experience, I know you have a problem, you solve the problem, you normally look at data to do it, then you go and try to figure out how to solve it, and it's not that. It's very simple in concept, and so I think here that is this. Okay, I have to be in the university, I have to do all these things, and then I have to have a lab, and then I do all these other things, and then eventually I get some kind of something that allows me to do this, and then I can get a product out. And it's just weird because it just doesn't work like that in real life.
Great, thanks. So let me follow up with you, Cookie, that I'm sure you're having the discussions about the impact of Gen AI in ROI in companies, and everyone talks about ROI.
What?
Return on investment. And so what's your perspective of how these discussions are happening inside companies? What things are being prioritized? Are they prioritized in the correct way? Are these discussions thoughtful or not? How much is hype? How much is reality?
Yeah, great question, actually, because I don't think anybody knows what's the right thing. Like the right thing to invest in AI at a company. Like a big company. I think what I know, and it's the reason many times why I'm in the table, is because they say, well, you come from, they always say, you come from the future. You come from Silicon Valley, you come from a place where you had rigor and science to make decisions. So, and for me, at the same time, sometimes we think a very complex question, and we are at the meeting, and we're looking at CapEx and ROIs and trying to simulate an ROI that nobody knows how to estimate that. Like, we have no idea. Like, maybe, and at the end, we end like, is it gonna save hours of workers? Yeah, maybe, but nobody's going to fire anybody because that never happens in Chile anyway. So it's kind of like, okay, what do we do with this technology? So again, going back, and I think you, Ali, mentioned it in your talk, which is, let's size the opportunity. And I think even that simple exercise, it's so new. I find it like, it's fascinating how sometimes I add so much impact by this basic kind of mathematical formulas. Like, okay, let's think about if we do this, what are we trying to do? Save hours, improve user experience, etc. Like kind of, let's try to put a dollar sign, and let's try to see how much it costs, and let's stack rank them, and let's see, like that simple formula many times, and what I'm trying usually to teach in a way is which are the biggest problems? Which are the biggest problems that are causing the biggest pain? And many times that's not where we need to put AI. Many times we need data. Many times we need to go like 2 steps back. Like we need better metrics. We need a better data foundation. We need more data. Oh, we haven't tagged all the user things that they can do on our website. And so I haven't been yet at a conversation where we're thinking about $1 million in like AI technology to change the business. We're still in the conversations of how can we have the data to then someday do a transformation. And I do want to add one thing, because I have the sense that up until probably 2 years ago, we were quite protected as a country, in a sense of we have this industry that they do really well. We have families that have really, really enriched themselves with like banking, construction, nothing super fancy. We've done great. Not a lot of competition. The mountains there kind of cover us, But suddenly we're all feeling like, I don't know, like I'm in the board of a AFP, like financial sector. Then suddenly you have these kids from Fintual, like, oh, doing this app, and then no, like they're getting the millennials and Gen Zs to, and suddenly I feel in many industries with AI, it kind of like it lower the cost and the speed, the velocity of innovation. And I feel like that's shaking in a way that I feel like it's putting the pressure on velocity. So
Yeah, I agree. That's good. So yeah, so maybe Ali and Guido, you are in the future. So maybe you can tell us what's happening in the future.
Oh, okay, yeah. Can I just add something? Yeah. So you were just speaking about maybe what problems it's not going to solve, and it just reminded me of something, which is, right, AI is incredible at amplifying what you're doing. And so if your data is bad or your incentives are misaligned, like AI will just scale that chaos. So like that's not what you want. So it's just something to think about when you're thinking about that's sort of the failure case I'm already seeing sometimes when it's like, oh, let's plug AI in everywhere, and it's like, okay, well. And I guess in terms of what is working, and I think both of you already touched on this, but is just bringing access to everybody and speed to everyone. Like I had the privilege of talking to some students yesterday, and they were telling me about some of the ideas they had of what they wanted to do. And I feel like in the past that would have taken an incredible specialization in education to build sort of the app that one of them was telling me about, and years, months, certainly, not minutes, which I literally think it might be minutes, but the thing he was describing now, if you would put it in, I was telling him how he could use Cloud Code, and the other thing is, so the specialization and the time, it's really both, right? Like it's, you don't need to have that deep expertise and coding and statistical knowledge. It helps, but you can get by with not as much, and then you can do it so much faster. So.
Yeah, I think part of our job in the government is going to be to help, and that's why I come to these conversations, because it's going to be as someone that has built agents that I love the agentic world. I mean, I'm in it. I was one of the ones not sleeping at night when Peter was creating the multi-names OpenClaw. But yeah, Claude has changed everything. I mean, we thought Cursor was something special. I mean, Claude just took it to another level, and I think people should use it for co-work. I use it for co-work too, and I just code. And it is that's why I think we have to rethink the whole map about commercialization of science here in Chile, because it doesn't take that long anymore. And so it doesn't. And so there's waiting for a patent today is almost in software is completely unnecessary. In fact, in the US, they're not even giving patents for software anymore. And so we gotta change the incentives in how do we measure impact and success of everything, because it's a new world.
Yeah, and of course, as a result, we're going to have to keep retraining people and have to retrain kind of we have to kind of rethink what we teach at the universities, what we teach the young people, but also how we're going to keep retraining the older generations, because one of the things that is very uncertain is which jobs will stay, which jobs will change dramatically, which new jobs will get here. And so how we get people ready for that, I think, is going to be one of the big challenges.
Yeah, no, great question. I do want to leave time for questions for the audience. This has been an amazing discussion. I just want to finish with a very quick question. So describe your emotional states with respect to AI in 2 words. Let's start with Guido.
I said I'm skeptical that a lot of the change is going to come very fast. In the end, I think there's going to be new bottlenecks that we don't really realize. So a couple of years ago, so this is not 2 words.
20 words.
Yeah. So
you have 3 left.
A couple of years ago, we were colleagues at the business school, so I was teaching a course there, on data science and sustainability. And sort of 1 week we had this guest speaker was working on the electricity net, and he was arguing that really electricity should be free in California because we had enough solar energy. It was just a matter of flattening the demand curve because the demand was too high parts of the day and too low relative to supply other parts of the day. But if you could just flatten it, it should be free. And then the next week we had someone from one of the AI companies saying, well, we're going to need 10 times as much energy next year and 100 times as much the year after. And so they were all just extrapolating and not really taking into account the equilibrium effects and the bigger changes and where the new bottlenecks are going to come up. So I think that's the part.
Skeptical and bottlenecks. Okay, Ministra.
2 words, I feel excited and inspired by augmented AI, no AI.
In awe, does that count as 2 or is 1 word? I don't know. The 1 word, and I'd say wistful. Like, I think there's a element, that's why I started earlier talking about humans and people and relationships. I think it's just making it more and more clear that at the end of the day, that is what matters. And now let's not forget that when we're thinking about how we can utilize AI. And it's not gonna change that, right? Like I just have to, I think, also remind ourselves of that, because sometimes the hardest problems to solve are still people problems, and I don't think that's gonna go away.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
2 words, great. All right, let's open it up for questions from the audience. And I think we can pass microphone. Should we pass? If you want just a minute.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion. I have 2 questions. One is for la ministra. Given that most of the providers of AI technologies are companies that are based in US, we don't have full control about like how they manage the information. I'm wondering if you can share your vision about sharing sensitive information, like national information, to those companies. If you have plans to do any kind of protection policies, how the implementation of the AI technologies within the government is aligned to the protection of our confidential data.
Yeah,
sorry, and the other question is, just to conclude, for Guido and maybe also Ali and Cookie, what is the role here of the university in general as an institution, understanding that the AI tools can also help us to speed up the training, right? And most of the things that universities do is certification. So why not companies can take that part as well?
Thanks for the question. So the way that data can be organized in government, and this is, I'm talking about in general terms, we have structured data that lives in the same systems that they've been using for a long time. The structured data can be used more for an action of the AI instead of learning from the AI. Then if you have vector database for like normally is used for RAG or similar treatments as part of a solution to create an agentic system that does something in service of Chileans, then you just separate the databases and the inputs and outputs. So this is pretty standard in applications of software, so it wouldn't change so much. I think when the question comes of training over data that is confidential, meaning fine-tuning the data that is confidential, that and if that is used in a bad way, that's where it could be more problematic. For example, let's say we train a model and of behavior of Chileans doing X, Y, and Z, and then that model is accessed or sold or given the authority to use by an external agent. That would be problematic, but that is already problematic with anything that the government already has. So it doesn't change necessarily, like there is a door that is open, those doors shouldn't be open. And then it's a little bit, it's very important to read the contracts. I'm a person that reads everything, and I want to read it, I want to understand it, I highlight it, I poke holes at things. The contracts with vendors in general, I mean, that is key. And also this is where the consulting services also are a factor of risk, and Chile uses a lot of consulting services all around as a cultural thing, because consulting services also add a factor of risk. But in general, I've been working with data systems in software that is sold to government for a long time. And there is enough infrastructure to do there's role-based access controls that you use to protect who has access, only know, who should know the information. That's another way to do it. And, we know a lot from the US because the Pentagon, the three-letter agencies, all of them use software, and they use it with all of these protections. And so it's not anything new here that we will do. So in that sense, I feel pretty comfortable. The one thing I will say, though, is that there is a lot of regulations in Chile, and there is a data privacy regulation that is very similar to GDPR, that it was passed, I believe, last year, that is going to be in effect later this year. And that data privacy regulation is going to interact with all the innovation and all of the things that are happening. And so I think it's very important, and I think this is universities, students, everybody is so important to understand how technology works. Because from the outside, before playing with technology, I had ideas too, and preconceptions. But then in playing with technology, you see so much of the guardrails, the thing that can be done, and then how sometimes very innocent words can stop innovation. And so I think balance is very important, and the only way to make good decisions and have balance is being over-informed.
I think to your second question, did you ask about certification, and how to think about that from you? Yeah. Training with AI, yeah. I'll maybe also let Guido speak to part of that, but I just thought of something that from a company or business perspective that might be relevant. Like some conversations that we often have at companies is thinking about, okay, do we standardize or do we let it be the Wild West, right? Or because things are just moving so fast. And I will say there is right now somewhat of a deliberate decision that to be a bit more on the Wild West front because things are moving so fast. And so I guess I'll let Guido answer how to solve that with universities, but with maybe the input that there's some acceptance with the discomfort of Wild West necessary, I think.
Yeah, and that discomfort applies to laws too. That's why we don't overregulate in the US, because you can't, we don't know which way to go. We're trying to play, right? So that's why.
Yeah.
Wild West is okay.
So I think in the end, there's a big role for the universities. The private companies have different incentives, are set up with different goals. The universities, in the end, are set up to serve society, kind of both in their educational mission and in their research mission. And so they're going to be focusing on questions that may not be of direct interest to the companies because they're longer-term questions. So I think it is very important that the universities stay incentivized to be a big part of what's going on in AI. And of course, that is a big challenge because the companies at the moment have so many more resources for compute and for hiring people, that it's a challenge for the universities to keep up. But I think it is very important that they keep doing so.
One small thing about universities, and I think again is something I've noticed. Like again, I still have those. I've been only back 3 years, so I still sometimes see things a little bit more fresh. I feel like there is a, how can I say, like a huge distance between academics and the industry. And I come from Silicon Valley, where I was at Airbnb and I got to work with Gabriel Weintraub, who was a professor at Stanford. And then we heard that Professor Imbens works at Amazon. And I don't think that hurt at all their career in academia, as you can see. And in Chile, for some reason, I've been in conversations in companies where I say, this problem is way too complex for us. We don't have the resources. We don't have the knowledge. We should hire an academic. And they're like, oh, no, they don't speak our language. They don't understand us. I'm exaggerating. But they portray them sometimes as these people that don't really care about what's going on in the actual real world. And then in academia, I've also asked, because I'm part of the Consejo in Universidad Católica, and I've asked, and there is this sense in some academic that that's not prestigious enough, no? Like to go work for the industry. So I feel like the challenges that are coming, everything that is changing, Chile cannot keep doing that. Like we have to shorten those distances, and I think it will be, win-win for the country at the end. Yeah. So yeah.
I'm very glad you're mentioning that, because that's one of the reasons we're organizing this event, to actually close this gap. So yeah, absolutely, and I think I do agree this can be a win-win. So the industry, there's important, sophisticated problems, scalability, and academia can provide expertise and knowledge, and I do think these relations sometimes are thought of about like philanthropy, but they can really be a win-win. Is creating science to create value for companies, and that's why we're here. All right, next question.
Hi everyone. Well, thank you for your conversation. It was very nice to hear you. I want to ask you, all of you, if you can, obviously from your perspective, what do you think about this? I think AI is a very big opportunity for small and medium businesses to fill the gap between the big players, right? So what do you see in that subject? How can actually AI can help them to fill the gap? How can, from entrepreneurship or from university or from the state, can help them, because most of them are legacy industries, are very old-fashioned, for saying in some way. So how do you see, in our perspective, how can AI can help them?
One thought, we've talked a few times today about sort of reliance on third parties and consultants, and there's certainly a place in the world for that, for sure, but there's an opportunity to do that less now, right? Like it used to be maybe you had your consulting company help build your website or your app or whatever, and now you don't need all that many resources, right? You with one engineer who can ask, again, Claude to do something, and they just review it, you can get really, really far. And so that is just one example of closing the gap and also helping your own P&L at the same time.
Yeah, there is this sort of a lexicon around the small business, the medium-sized business, the enterprise, and then you have the pyme, and then you have a startup. And so in Chile, pyme is like the sort of like new small business that could be formalized just very recently, could be anything, selling empanadas in a small store, and then you have a larger store, or you sell in your house first, or something like that. Like here are separated pymes, which is not necessarily technical, and startups. I think that I don't think that's much of a difference today between those two, because a pyme should be a startup today, because the world has changed. And so a small business doesn't necessarily have the longevity of the past. Like in the past, you could have a small business that you give to your kids, and your kids give it to their grandkids, and you have a generation, and the growth was like this or like this. You can maintain the business like that. Today, a startup's supposed to go like that, or at least like that. And then, because otherwise, traction is so important. And so, but today with AI, you can do all these things. You build your own website. You can get on Shopify quickly. You can get on and sell on Shopify. You can go from informality to formality pretty quick. And then you skip sort of like the beginning of the pyme, where you get some money and somebody helps you, and you can go really quick and fast. And you see it with the influencers that sell stuff. They start as influencers, and then they are collect and do collabs and sell. So there is this new way also of a small business incorporation and creation that it has to be rethought or created. And in terms of AI, using it for everything, it's so much cheaper today to have an engineering team for a startup too. In the past, you had the traditional team lead for the sprint team, and you have the back end, the front end, sometimes a DevOps, a UX, UI team, a product manager, and sometimes even in some companies, they even had the Scrum Master. And now everybody has to be a little bit of a product manager. You can take everything from thinking to design to prototype and to the customer. It is actually in many places one person. So prototyping is super quick, and so that makes it so much easier for startup, but also for a small business. Let's say after the pyme, that they have the little store and they sell, they may have 2-3 employees, that they may need, they can expand because they can do social media and more things and create websites and whatever. So I think that is so much opportunity for growth. That's why, again, we go back to training. Knowing how to use these tools is so important. I know some Chileans that use Claude, but I don't know a lot of that are already techies. But in the wild, like in the mainstream, I don't see that many people using Claude. I haven't talked to a lot of people anyway. But like my family, nobody even knew what Claude was. So I was like telling my sister, is a teacher and manages teachers, and I said you should use it to help you teach them how to use AI. So she was like, wow, how do that? So anyway, there is just so much opportunity in learning how to use these tools.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And sort of, I'm going to bring this back to what Ali was saying earlier about meeting these 3 students. Kind of, we were setting up, building this app just very quickly. Those are the people you would need to bring into those businesses, and those are the type of people we need to train. Sort of, there are as many of those as we need in society at the moment.
Hola. My question is, I really like it that we started talking about people and culture, and any change, it takes time. So my question is, how you manage patience from every stakeholder, from the people that is demanding the change, and how you manage the grit of the people that is trying to do the change and do not lose motivation. So
we are all very impatient in this panel. I could guess, yeah.
Ask me in 6 months.
I think Ali knows.
Good question.
I think I can. In this job, ask me in 6 months or a year, or maybe you'll see it in the news. Very well. But I am a very impatient person, and I don't I want to fix things naturally. I'm a doer, I like to break things. I like to move the chair at a meeting. I like to kind of go clean up the table if it's needed. I like to do things with my hands. And that means doing it now. And sometimes, this is why culture is so important, because even the little things are symbolic of something else. And so I don't know here exactly how that's gonna go. I know I personally have to be careful to not offend people in different places, like at work, and that are organized in a certain way, that I'm not intrusive or offensive to them. I know that, and I've been trying to be very careful with that and trying to understand how everybody works at the office and things like that. And I've been cautious of how to even organize the teams and who comes in, how do we bring people in, like one at a time, so it's not disruptive to them, because I know from my experience in the US in those 30 years that people are the number one actor in anything. And change management is extremely important. And what that means with AI, that AI helps us to rethink the process, because the way that we do things mostly is because the technologies were created for processes of the past for the same problem. So the problem is the same, but we didn't have technology that could do all these things today. So the technology of the time, whatever it was created doing this first and that first. And so if we had to fill out a form, it will fill out the entire form in order. Today, we can actually ask a person, if you answer just this question or you upload this document, it fills the form for you. We didn't have technology like that in the past. And so in government is kind of working with teams on what is the process, but also what is it that we're trying to accomplish. And then saying AI first means thinking human first. And though let's rethink the process and how we use AI to make it shorter, simplify it, etc. But people use software when they want to. There's a lot of licenses everywhere. I saw this in the US too, that are unused. In the US, that was pretty, like you will buy software and you have all of this list of software, nobody was using it. Because the people have to want to, and they have to feel it is part of their schedule, is kind of native to them. And so that's where change management is so important. And respecting people and learning how they work, how they operate. So I'm very impatient as a person, but at the same time, I love people. I like people. I like talk to people. I listen to them. I learn from people. I like to read. I like to learn. And so me and the team with us, like it's always a team effort. It's never us. It's never a person. It's always a team. And I think building a great team and working with a great team will make us go faster in this adoption.
Yeah. One quick thing is, I think one thing that helps is focusing on outcomes. So I've found when folks are discussing why they're doing things a certain way, that you clash. But then if you start asking, what are you trying to achieve? Like, for example, you're sending out, I mentioned NPS earlier, you're sending out a survey every year asking your customers something. Okay, what are you trying to achieve? I'm trying to understand if they have good experiences or not. Okay, why? Oh, because I want to retain them. And then if you start aligning on what your goals are, then you can start working backwards on how do you get there and having conversations like, oh, okay, I have that same goal, hopefully, right? That's the first step you need to get to. And then you can start talking about, okay, I have this other way. Maybe we should, what do you think about trying it this way? But I think sometimes the conversations sort of get lost in the debating the how before you even discussed what you're trying to achieve. And often once those are aligned, the trust is also there to go there together.
No, I knew Ali. No.
All right. So thanks everyone. I think these spaces are very important, especially in the times that we're living, to have these discussions. to be continued. I want to first start thanking the panel. It was very insightful, very thoughtful. Thanks, Ministra Lincolau. You have a very busy schedule, so we're very appreciative that you are here with us. Ali and Guido, thanks for crossing half the world to be here with us. And Cookie, thanks so much also for being in this panel with us. This is the last session, so I want to give some extra thanks. Itaya Shlagi also came from California. I don't know where Itaya is. Oh, there you are to be today. Thanks, of course, to you, all the audience. It was great. There was a lot of participation, a lot of insightful questions. Special thanks to Rectora de Vez. That really means a lot that you were here with us. And I want to thank my partners in crime, Andrés Musalem, José Correa, Marcelo Olivares. There was really an interdisciplinary effort between the Department of Industrial Engineering, the Vice-Rectoría of IT, and the School of Economics and Business FAN in the Universidad de Chile. So we're very happy how that worked out. We had very generous sponsors that make this happen. TopSort, Banco Santander, and Fintual. Thanks so much for your support. And last but not least, none of this would be possible without Sara Rojas and her team that organized everything, and everything went incredibly well run. Am I missing anything, Jose? All right, so we have what's happening now. We have some drinks upstairs, so thank you so much.